like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. I'll be cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things, gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain, I just wanna be greatness. Motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. If you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take the loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent. And it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots. If I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. That energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. If you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me.
Hey guys. Okay, so I went on about, I was going to go on in like 30 minutes, but I'm here now. Betty. Hooker, I swear. What the hell are you even doing? The bitch got me so heated right now. I swear. Okay, 6. Girl, you got me so heated right now with that clickbait shit. See, this is one thing. One thing that I cannot stand when it comes to someone like this. I'm going to try my damnedest to keep my cool. I'm going to try so hard. Shay, honey, if you can comment, come on back in, honey. I reversed it, so you should be able to come back in. It was just an honest mistake. Those trolls that we had the other day, they were just crazy. So it was just an honest mistake, baby. Hey, Isaac. Just give me 1 second, guys, to get set up here. Shit, I'm gonna find my mean face. You know what? I think this one might do good. Right here. That's my mean face right there. Because that bitch got me so fucking heated. All right. You know what? What we're gonna listen to later is Bullhorn saying that she's from the hood. Okay, let's talk about this for a second. Bullhorn Betty is not from the hood, okay? She don't know what the hood life is. I do. As a matter of fact, I was raised in the hood. I know what the hood life is. I was raised around 6 gang members that lived within blocks of each other, tuned it up during the week, sounded off on the weekends. She don't know what that's like. Now, she may throw up some signs, but those are Proud Boy signs. Proud Boys, meaning biker gang. Gangs in the hood, biker gang, 2 different people, 2 separate gangs. Now, I'll pull up the statistics in just a bit. But I also know she was talking some shit on Dutchie. Now, it was just 10 days ago, 10 days to be exact, that Bullhorn was praising Dutchie for the billboards. Does this ring a bell? Let it sink in for a second. Someone was kind enough to provide receipts, something Bullhorn never does. She don't provide receipts. She's made that clear. She don't show receipts. She's never going to show receipts. Well, Bullhorn, shut the fuck up about you having receipts if you ain't going to show them. But you know what? Don't show them. You know why? Because we'll do it for you. Duchess is paying for billboards to go up for Sebastian Rogers. Now, see, this is where Bullhorn knew. She knew that Dutchie was not doing the billboards. Because later in that stream that she did about 10 days ago, 11 days ago, Illuminati was doing them. Why? She wouldn't even mention Illuminati's name. Go figure. So either her mods are wet behind the ears, or Bullhorn simply just didn't want to mention Illuminati's name, which I don't understand why, because Bullhorn has done it before, even before this post went up. It's just dumb. I've only seen screenshots. Okay. And have not reviewed Duchess's live. Well, that's where you messed up, Betty. But you know, we'll go over it. How about that? We'll go over it. Because I've already shut this shit down once before. When people were going at Dutchie for the billboards, I'll shut it down one last time. And it appears legit. If anyone wants to contribute, it doesn't look cheap. If anybody wants to contribute, it doesn't look cheap. Make it make sense by putting that shit in the same sentence. $5 a day is suffice enough, okay? That would be good enough. The hell? I guess $5 in Bullhorn's mind ain't cheap. Oh yeah, Bullhorn, when you were at Burger King, did you get yourself a Burger King crown? Because I remember last time when you were with Molly Golightly, when you were at her house, you were wearing a Burger King crown. Did you get one? Just asking for a friend. Actually, asking for someone in my chat. Oh, 6 up. Sally Mae wants to know if you have her blocked, honey. $1 will do. Well, Bullhorn, why did you put it doesn't look cheap and then you say $1 will do? See, you should go take some writing classes. A little punctuation, you know, that would help you know, because your writing stinks. See, I'm not the best speller, but see, Google is a beautiful thing. That also helps. So does Grammarly. I have Grammarly on all my devices. You know how I know that? It's because it came installed. See, I don't mess with my phone. I don't mess with my tablet. When I get these devices, I just power them on. Usually that's just what I do. And I mess with the settings. That's pretty much all I do. I don't really care about the apps that it comes with anymore. Why? Because I'm too fucking old to care anymore about the apps and shit it comes with. So I just leave it alone. But I did find out after, I think it's been 2 months since I've had my phone, that it did come with Grammarly. So that's awesome. I did activate it. Anyway, crowdfunding is the best way to have the biggest impact. Duh. I mean, that's what you're doing with Seth Rogers, right? Dropping his Cash App in your chat. Well, you wouldn't be the only one, so I'm going to leave that alone. I don't know Dutch's pay accounts. Reach out to her directly for contributions to the billboard. Now, or billboard, sorry. Now, look at here, Betty. Again, 11 days ago, 11 days ago, it doesn't really fucking matter. Now, after just this right here, knowing she was not doing the billboards, you knew that. Why? Because you brought up what was going on with her personal. What was going on with her personally. And you knew that Illuminati was doing the billboards. See, that's where you messed up. You just didn't want to bring up Illuminati's name. Why? Probably because you didn't want to get an earful from her. I wouldn't either if I were you. I mean, I wouldn't either if I were you. I mean, that's just me. I wouldn't want to get on her bad side. So we're going to go through this stream. Now, I'll warn you. It's not a good, yeah, put it. But I've already sent a link to 6up if she wants to come up and review today's stream that Betty just did. Now, I'm going to read this for you guys really quick because I want this imprinted in everybody's mind that there were remains found at St. Jude's construction site. And yes, the medical examiner is investigating. However, it was just a bone. That was it. A bone. Not bones, not multiple. A bone. That's it. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. But what did Bullhorn have to do? She had to go live about it. Go figure, right? Now, mind you, she's trying to get people to go down to that construction site. Now, from what I understand, Chris Proudfoot doesn't even work over there anymore. Now, I don't know that to be 100% fact. That's just what I heard. Anyway, shall we bring up what Mallory Williams did when she went near St. Jude's? I don't think we do because everybody remembers that. Nobody's going to let her live that one down. That's always going to be a memory on YouTube, what Mallory Williams did. And the bullshit that she pulled when it came to the police escorting her off the property. And I'll leave it at that. Now, if you don't remember, and this is for you new people, if you don't remember that or ever heard about what Mallory Williams did, go head over to Queen Bee's. You'll find it in her live stream. It was about a year ago. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Mallory Williams did it for clicks and views. And she did it to be an asshole. And she walked in without a mask. knowing that those babies could have gotten sick, and she didn't even give two fucks about it. But again, that was a year ago. But now Betty says that Seth Rogers is en route to that construction site. Why would he be en route? You don't think that Ellie notified him about that? I'm willing to bet that they already notified him of that. So why the hell would he be en route? Think about it. It's just another clickbait for Betty. She's so... I cannot. Now, this was about 10:52 a.m., and that's when it was updated. Now, I'll blow it up so everybody can see it. And I've already posted it on my community wall. A bone, and it says bone. No bones. Not multiple, just a bone. Was found at a construction site near St Jude's Children's Research Hospital and is being examined to determine if it's human. Memphis police told WREG around 7 a.m. Tuesday, which is Tuesday. Officers responded to a suspicious call at Lane Avenue and St Jude's Place. A bone, remember, bone, not bones, bone, was found, and it is undetermined, meaning they don't know if it's human or not. The medical examiner was called in to advise. Police say this is not being investigated as a homicide. Reports state that the location used to be a burial site. The cemetery is now a park, yards from where construction is happening. Well, gee, Bullhorn, did you miss that part? Did you even read that part? Well, we'll see if you did when I pull it up, because you had just ended right about the time I was going to hit that, live button, but whatever. It is located near New Winchester Burying Ground, the first cemetery in Memphis, established in 1828. This story will be updated. Now, I posted a community wall about this, telling people do not run with assumptions. And the people that have been putting out misinformation about this case, we're going to run wild with this story. And just to wait patiently, basically wait for any and all updates about it. But Bullhorn had to go live about it, didn't she? And clickbaited the fuck right out of it. I cannot with her. But of course, with her, she's gotta be the first to break the news, right, guys? Just like she did with Michael Monkey Vaughn when she played that phone recording of herself calling Fort Lynn, Idaho Police Department about Michael 8 times in just 2.5 hours. Yeah. Hang on one second. So, Bullhorn, all of this could have been prevented if you had just fucking waited. But no, you couldn't wait, could you? You had to go live about it. Just 1 second. We'll show the clickbait. Breaking, Sebastian Rogers, human remains, St. Jude, Tennessee. Now, you kept saying bones, Betty. You knew it was not bones. The word bone did not have an S at the end. When you use the word bones, that means multiple. When it's said bone, when the word says bone on it, that means just one. Just one. But no, you had to make it seem like there were multiple bones found. So you're running with clickbait. Draw people in, make it seem like they had found something big instead of just waiting for an answer. Waiting for an answer to determine if it was human remains. But you did state that it was an old burial ground. You did state that. I give you that much. That's as much as I'll give you. Other than that, I can give two fucks. See, you've been in the house too long. And quit saying that you're going to go to Tennessee, because you know what? You've been saying that you're going to go to Tennessee for God knows how long. Since this case broke, you've been saying you're going to go to Tennessee, but your car keeps crapping out. Hey, look, we all have a bad car, okay? People, it breaks down. You got to get it fixed. It costs a lot. Look, I get it, so I can't fault you for that. But you did say you were going to go to Tennessee on Friday. And when I say Friday, that Friday was supposed to be the 14th. That's when you said you were going to go. See, the 14th has already been here and passed. But now you said you're going to go in 2 weeks. Girl, make up your mind. Because I don't see you going at all. I think you're scared. I really do. I think you're scared. Now, I'll let everybody else do the math on why I think she's scared to go. Now, I'm going to play one stream that she did yesterday. I'm going to play half a stream where she talks about the neighbor, Bobby, the neighbor, who claims she saw a lot. And she heard stories from third-party neighbors. Look, I called the woman's stories bullshit from the start. I did actually sit and watch and listen despite my feelings for the creator. Okay, look, everybody knows I do not like JLR. I really don't. I mean, hell, I just played him, a couple days ago on my stream for the very first time. So, yeah. That was just one time I played him. Then I played him again, but it was the same stream, so that really doesn't count. Anyway, everybody knows my stance on him. I don't like Terry Lynn. That one's a major tragedy pimp. All she does is sit in her damn car in a fucking parking lot, sometimes the same damn parking lot, sometimes in a different location, in a different parking lot. And all she does is drive around. Yeah, that's hardly looking. And she's doing it at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the damn morning. Now, I ask you people, honest, I'm asking a legit, honest question here. What purpose does it serve to be out at that time of morning, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, in a damn parking lot? And for what? What are you hoping to find? Are you hoping to find Sebastian in that parking lot, just walking around, just traipsing around? Is that what you're hoping to find? Legit. I'm being legit here. Because that's not where you're going to find them. So why in the hell are you sitting in a damn parking lot every freaking night of every day? And you're driving around. Sometimes, even in the rain, you're driving around, you're hanging up flyers, which I think is pointless, to be honest. I mean, I ain't dogging on anybody that's hanging up flyers, but come on, in the rain, in the rain. Do you know what's going to happen to those flyers in the rain? You put tape on those poles. 2 seconds later, boom, those flyers are on the ground. That's why people need to take a break. But Terry Lynn, nah. What she sees, dollar signs. That's all she's seeing. That's all this case has been to her. And I don't understand why Bullhorn praises her for this. And on top of that, I never heard that this Bobby and Terry Lynn went to school together. This was new to me. And this is coming from Bullhorn's mouth. Not that I give two shits. I really don't. I'm just throwing that out there. I am. Now, I will simply say this. One, Bullhorn ain't going to Tennessee. Now, if she goes to Tennessee, I'll be very shocked that she's going to actually leave the state. But she's been bitching and bitching and bitching. I'm going to roll up on their front door. I'm going to knock on their front door. She ain't going to knock on their front door, I'm telling you right now. She's not. I mean, look what they did in her town. They named a law after her during Gabby Petito. Look it up. It's public. It's in an article. I mean, how she even tried suing the father of Brian Laundrie for 40 simple bucks because of the signs that he ran off with. I mean, I'd run off with them too if he put my child's name that said, what if this was your child? I'm not going to mention Brian's sister's name. She's not relevant to this, but I'm just saying. I'd run off with that sign too. Because Bullhorn knew that was a shit move. That was a shit move. Anyway, let's get to this. Let's just get to this little bed slug here. And yeah, she is a bed slug, I'm telling you. She ain't, I'm surprised she even leaves this bed. For real. For real. I mean, look at it. Look at it. All right, here we go.
Good morning. You guys
For use educational purposes.
We're live on TikTok. That'll be dropping here for you guys here in just a little bit. But I wanted to go live before I started getting into my day.
Hey, everybody coming in. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest.
Happy Monday, y'all. We're starting it out right. Oh, I feel so bad, man. I woke up. I didn't get to bed until after. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning. I'm still so tired. It's crazy because it was just so hot out there yesterday, y'all.
Yeah, Betty, when you got up, I was just going to bed. I was.
And it was hot. That's all I can say. It was extremely, extremely hot. And I think
13th hour.
I stopped by my best friend's house just to kind of relax. It was just, and then it started pouring down rain on us on the way.
You actually left. Well, I was just going to say she actually left the house, but then again, she did go and leave the house to go, in my opinion, stalk JLR. Because you know that she knew JLR was going to that quadruple homicide. She knew JLR was going to be there. She knew that. She sure did. And I believe she did. So yeah, that's my honest opinion. 100.
Rain on me on the way home. But Laura and I were sitting in our garage and I was getting ready to leave. And I'm like, we just heard this marine advisory on the phone saying, this is like an emergency. Everybody, hunker down, get out of the water, basically. And there was a major storm coming through. And then all of a sudden the news has this water spout. Like we got a water spout, perfect water spout coming toward the land. I think it was in Tampa somewhere, or the Tampa Bay area.
Hey, Noel, welcome,
I'm like, okay,
honey.
I need to go. And right about there, the freaking, it just opened up and just started just pouring down rain. So I sat there for a few more minutes and I'm looking at the
That's
time.
what happens when it rains sometimes, Betty. It pours.
I've got some data stuff I got to resolve.
Just
today.
saying.
I'm probably going to be taking the bulk of my stuff to my time today. And, so I came back here and ended up going live, talking about Sebastian, but we had quite the day yesterday. It was sad. It was, it seems like whatever they were doing out there, they're probably going to have a few more people out there, but I think for the most part, the bulk of the investigation has wrapped up because they.
What was sad about it, Betty? The hell? You've been drinking that coffee again. What you be putting in there? I know it's more than just milk. I'm just saying, just my opinion. I'm just, throwing it out there. Speculation.
They actually took the main command center out of there. That main command center has been there since I didn't see it come and go. but I wasn't there.
Cat's
for
eye.
it.
How you
How
doing,
hot it's gonna
baby?
be. And I was trying to wait until the afternoon when it cooled off.
Hey,
because
twin.
it's too hot. I mean, when I left here yesterday to head there, it was 98 degrees. Okay. If you know, and it sucks because I have to run the car. I can't turn the car off because I have all my equipment in my
You
car.
tell her, twin.
You can't leave the equipment that I have in a hot car. It will ruin your equipment. So no matter where I go, when it's that hot, the car has to run the entire time. I can't.
Well, Betty, don't tell folks what they already know about equipment versus a hot car. I'm pretty sure they already know. Why do you talk to yourselves like they're dumb? Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. This is Bullhorn we're talking about. Never mind. Continue on.
Turn the car off. And it just is what it is. So anyways, guys, we were talking about Sebastian Rogers. We've been talking about Sebastian Rogers. We've been breaking down the case of Sebastian Rogers.
Shit.
He's a 15-year-old autistic boy that disappeared from his home.
We know this.
On his disappearance, there's no evidence that he walked out of the house willingly. He left his shoes behind, even though he is accustomed to always putting.
Okay. She says there's no evidence of him walking out of the house. See, this is Bullhorn's theory, okay? This is just Bullhorn's theory. Everybody's free to have their own theories. However, you got to be very careful about those theories. Okay? You do. See, Bullhorn here, she doesn't like law enforcement. She don't listen to law enforcement. Now, as my co-host Viper put it, he put it very well. Bullhorn will sit here and trash law enforcement. But when law enforcement comes out and tells the world that they caught somebody, that this person is not innocent, Bullhorn will also come out and give law enforcement praise. And then she'll say she always knew that they would do their jobs correctly. See, Bullhorn doesn't know which side to stand on. That's why she flip-flops. It's just how she is. See, y'all need to pay attention to this. This is one thing that she does. But see, she never did this with Quentin Simon's case. Never. Oh, yeah, Betty. I forgot one thing. Girl. So I heard that people shouldn't be talking about Chronicles of Olivia. Let me take this down for a second. Okay. I'm going to put it simply this way. I do not like Chronicles of Olivia. I think she is a shit creator. I mean, she is a good editor. I'll give her that much. That's the only latitude I will give her. But you know what? She's just like you. Just like Dolly. Just like Justin. Just like the rest of you tragedy pimps. And here's where I will say. She was one that was out in that neighborhood during the Quentin Simon case when you mofos were playing the baby crying music from that car in that fucking neighborhood. All y'all were outside that night doing it. Olivia was filming it as well. But we're not supposed to say nothing about her, right? Well, I'm saying something about her. I think she is shitty. She's a shitty human being for participating in something like that. Y'all didn't think about that night when you guys were playing that outside that neighborhood, did you? You didn't think about women who can't have babies, did you? And you're playing baby crying music from a car. You didn't think about that, did you? You didn't think about women who had lost a child? You didn't think about them, did you? No, you did not. None of you did. But we're not supposed to say anything about Olivia, right? Well, too bad. She's a tragedy pimp. End of discussion, Betty. She's just like the rest of you.
Shoes on before he leaves the house. It's just one of his tics. We find that his switch is very important to him, as it is with most autistic children in their video games.
Ken.
And so
the
switch is almost
hey,
like
Blue.
Sebastian's purse, if you will. All right. And you know,
hey, Crystal.
Right, take his shoes,
drive safely, honey.
You can't leave the house without your keys, and you can't leave your house without your purse, and you can't leave your house without your cell phone. And so I'm looking at it like that. And you know, when I change the story around, and I come to the audience and I tell everybody in the audience, I say, hey, we have a new case. The new case is, and we have this boyfriend that says he went to bed at midnight, and when he woke up, and his girlfriend left the house, and she left her purse, her cell phone, and her keys at the house when she left, and she locked the house up. And everybody it's the boyfriend. It's the boyfriend.
Betty, what the hell are you talking about? You jump from one story to the next. What relevance does this have with Chris Profit's alibi? Get to it already.
It's the boyfriend. You know, that no way would that lady walk out of the house without her purse. No way would that lady walk out of the house without her keys. No way would that lady walk out of the house. But yet somehow when we apply it differently and say that an autistic boy disappeared from his home, he didn't leave with his shoes, even though he's putting his shoes on. He didn't leave with his video game. You know, when you look at it that way, we know that in this case, the boyfriend probably did something with his girlfriend, because just this.
Betty, slow it down. Just take it down a notch. What relevance does this have? Why are you comparing a grown woman, grown adults at that, to a 15-year-old? You better have an explanation for this. I'm gonna be so mad if you're wasting my time listening to this bullshit story. I'm gonna be so mad.
Simple fact of what she left behind. It was everything. And then we look over here at this 15-year-old boy. And
hey, OFT, honey.
Some people are thinking he ran away, but he left.
Hey, always me.
What kid do you know that runs away that doesn't take a changing of clothes, or a snack, or go steal mommy's money out of her wallet so they can buy stuff on the road? You know, indicators that they left or they were willingly walked out the door. We have none of those in this case.
Betty, if you ever listened to Katie, when it came to money, he knew what money was. He just didn't understand it. But of course, you didn't listen. You didn't want to listen. In your eyes, she was guilty from the jump. So no, you didn't actually sit and listen to every single word that Katie Proudfoot said about Sebastian. That right there is an indicator, because you would have known what she had said about Sebastian and money. Duh. Hello. Knock, knock. Anybody home?
We have no stolen money. We have no sighting of him on cameras. I guarantee that they're going to only have, during the time of 3:30 and 4, only one vehicle rolling down the road at that time of night. We've got a lot of questions. And the one thing that doesn't make sense to me is Chris's timeline, because Chris has been so vague. He won't tell us when the last time he saw Sebastian was. He won't tell us where he was when Sebastian disappeared. He always says, oh, law enforcement doesn't want me to tell you anything because it goes to the integrity of the investigation, or privacy, or security, or HIPAA, or, you know, whatever.
Hey, malicious honey. How you doing, gorgeous? Good to see you.
So Chris Proudfoot hasn't told us squat. And then we have this.
Yeah, see, Betty, that's where you're wrong. He has told us. He's told us a lot. You just, again, it goes to not listening, not sitting down and paying attention. And I'll tell you why, because you have stated yourself, and anybody can go and find that you don't sit because you don't have time to listen to 3 to 4 hour streams. And people just send you clips. And my guess, they send you clips that are taken out of context. I'm just saying, in my opinion. That's why it's best. If you're going to do research, Betty, I mean, you say you do research, which I call bullshit on that, because you don't do research. You don't. You would have known what Chris has already said on panels. And I'm going to tell you this right here. Chris and Katie have not changed their stories. Have not. And I repeat, not. N-O-T. They have not changed their stories. Seth Rogers has changed his stories many times. All anybody has to do is go and collect every interview on any panel that he's been on and listen for themselves. It's that simple. But it's just your bias getting to you, Betty. You're biased with just about every case. And that is a fact.
I really don't know who this Heather Cohen is. You know, obviously she's a musician, and it kind of questions you. Musician, that's PI. And how long she's been a PI and really what work has she done as a PI. And, you know, it's just, it's a little odd for me. We don't know her quality of work. We don't have any references, you know, while you BS, and we have none of this stuff, right? And she's the one that tells us that Chris Proudfoot was at work at 5:15. How did she find that out? Chris? And then what did she do to corroborate those statements from Chris? We don't know. She never told us. So can we really believe that he was there at 5:15? I'm here in Florida. I don't know. All I can tell you is people are saying that it's probably not possible. Probably not possible at all.
Hey, Fox, how
But
you doing, hon?
we don't know. And then last night when I was
Hey,
here, we
Green.
started talking about this ordinance.
How you doing,
Is
sweetie?
there this quiet ordinance? Yeah, there is. People sent me, multiple people.
Hey,
have sent
Odin
me
girl. Hey,
the
Thor.
noise ordinance statute. The only one I could see that gave me permission to use their name is Susan. And Nola's mom.
Oh, Jesus.
And the way the ordinance reads is the erection, including excavation, demolition, alteration, or repair of any building or the excavation of streets and highways in any residential.
You know what, Crystal? I will help you with that. I will definitely help you with that 24-hour. Because, girl, I can stay up for 24 hours. I sure the hell can. All it takes is a shit ton of coffee. Preferably Starbucks. All I got to do is just go shopping for it.
Residential district or section other than between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. on weekdays is prohibited, except in case of urgent necessity in the interest of public health and safety. And then only with a permit from the chief building inspector, which permit may be granted for a period not to exceed 30 days while emergency continues. If chief building inspector determines the public health and safety will not be impaired, thereby that loss or inconvenience will result in a party in interest if such permit is not granted. It says something about residential areas in here. So I have to, you know, being the legal person that I am, I have to look at that because I don't see anything in
Legal my ass.
And so that needs to be something that we address. That's why I wanted.
I'm just saying, there's no legal aspect to what she just said. I'm sorry, not sorry.
Whether they have a quiet time in that particular.
Unless she shows proof of it, I don't believe it.
It might be outside of that ordinance requirement, but everybody's saying that that's for all of Memphis. That all of Memphis, no matter where you are, whether you're in the city or county, you have this ordinance. I don't know how true that is. I'm not there. I have to go and
there you go
information out, but I can.
But it's legal, right? Maybe
I'll call down to their
legal
city
expertise
and figure out about that ordinance. Maybe that's what we can do. Maybe that's what I will do. I didn't say hi to anybody. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see everyone bright and early. The real me too up in the house. Emma, it's nice.
See, that's where you get it twisted. See, while you're reviewing Betty, you say hi to people as they come in. Okay, do that. Okay. See, I've been told I take too long when I say hi to everybody, so I just welcome them in as they come in, as I've been doing. I mean, yeah, when everybody came in, I was going on a bit of a rant, and I did apologize for it. I hope I did. Did I apologize for that rant? I hope I did. If I didn't, I will apologize. Because, see, I'm like that. She's not. She doesn't do that shit. But I will apologize. But, yeah. So, Betty, zip it. Or actually, I'll do it for you. I'll just skip ahead.
Lynette?
Nope.
GDF? Dula? Holla girl? Good morning. Possible that he was there late.
Damn, she went almost 3 minutes. Now, we're talking 3 minutes here. I recorded this on 125, and I have this recording on 125, so 1.5. So if I had it on normal speed, she went about 5 minutes. My calculation is about 5 minutes saying hello to people. Damn, Betty. Good Lord.
I'm curious. That rumor we heard that there was a.
Hold on. What rumor? What rumor?
So that's where we're at. I don't think Chris was at work at 5:15. I really don't. And, you know, it brings me back to that rumor we heard that there was a meeting that morning. Some type of meeting. So I'm curious. Oh, Dawn, it's nice to see you, love. Marmy, it's nice to see you.
She's curious, guys. She doesn't believe he was at work at 5:15. Which brings me back to she wants to go to that construction site. You know why? And I'll tell you why. And this is my theory. And I'm not the only one that agrees with this. There are many people that agree with this. She's gonna, or she wants to pull a Dawn Wells. And everybody knows what she did at Dawn Wells. I don't think I need to go any further with that. Because people know what she did to Dawn Wells. I mean, even me and Cold Case Crystal talked about that. So, yeah. And sending people down to St Jude, or people offering either or. It's a bad idea. Again, Mallory Williams, ring a bell. Betty, you heard about it.
As well, Danielle, good morning. So I keep wondering, is it possible he could have gotten there later? And right now, more so than I felt a week ago or even 3 or 4 days ago, I feel it's more possible that he was there later than earlier.
Well, this goes to show, Betty, this is just your conspiracy theories running wild. You've been spending way too much time in your house. I mean, hell, for fuck's sake, since Sebastian went missing, you've been spending too much time in that house. I mean, sometimes long periods of time in your bedroom. I mean, I'll even admit right here, right now, that I'm shocked to even see her sometimes in her kitchen streaming. I mean, Lord have mercy. Out of her bedroom? Girl. That's a good thing, though. That's a good thing. She was even in her office earlier. How about that? Shocker. Little Irish girl, I will have to agree with that. She is a little paranoid. I think she is. I wasn't here for the summer camp. Well, Noelle, honey, what she did, it was her. That reminds me, Betty. That reminds me. Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia was there for that day too. She was out there filming. No, what Bullhorn here did, and she was proud too. She didn't give a shit. She says some nasty things outside Don Wells' job. And Don Wells got fired because of her. She got Don Wells fired from his job. And who else was out there who was filming it? Chronicles of Olivia. But apparently Chronicles of Olivia didn't feel good about it. So, yeah. I still don't give a shit if Chronicles of Olivia was not good with it, with what Betty did. But Chronicles of Olivia was still out there. She was still filming it. Sure the hell was. But then Betty went on a live stream with Molly Golightly and admitted that she did it on purpose, give or take. Not in those words, but she admitted that she did get him fired. And if I'm correct on the wording, it was because Don Wells was giving them the runaround. If I'm correct on the words. Cold Case Crystal was there. She was here for the Summer Wells case. The clip is still out there. It's still roaming around YouTube today. And today, even if you go to Betty and ask her why she got Don Wells fired, I'm almost willing to bet you dollars to donuts that she, right there, will admit she never got him fired. Because she has admitted that she never got him fired. But now, it was December. It was my last live stream before I took a break for 3 months. I found one stream that she did where she wanted to go to Tennessee to have Summer Wells declared legally deceased so Dawn and Candace can be arrested for her unalivement. But nobody knows if she is gone or if there's been a crime committed. Nobody knows. But this is Bullhorn for you. This is her right here. That's her right here.
And I have got to tell you, that might be the piece that I'm missing, but I need confirmation. I need confirmation. So if anybody is out in the Memphis area at all, please send me any kind. If you know when those locks go on that gate, I'd like to see photos or videos or something of the type of gate they have, the type of lock they have. If somebody's out there tonight, apparently they're supposed to be shut down by 10 or 11 o'clock. I'm interested in it if that's the case. I'm interested in a lot. I'm interested in
I would advise anybody, do not do that. Do not do what she's asking of you. Do not go down there. Just don't. Don't. St. Jude's is very protective. Very protective. They're very protective of their hospital. They're protective of their property. And there's a guard all over that property, either driving or walking. I mean, she did this. I'm gonna have to go pull the clip. I do have it. I do have that clip. It was when a court case that she was covering, they weren't going to allow outsiders in the courtroom. So she was asking locals to go, if there were any locals in that area that were willing to go into the courtroom and film that case and turn the footage over to her. I do have the clip. I believe that was it. Anyway, while I look for it, all I'm advising people, do not go on that property. Just don't go over there to St. Jude's. They're very strict. And just don't, okay? I'm just telling you, don't go there. Just leave that place alone. No, Little Irish Girl, they will not play. It is secure. You're right, Mystery. They are. Why don't you go, Bullhorn? Your car seems to be fine. You just drove to Burger King. You drove to a quadruple homicide. Okay, you did. While I was live, I had you popped up on another screen, and I was watching you. Your car works just fine. Why aren't you hauling your behind all the way to Tennessee already, like you claimed that you were going to do many times? Instead of asking people to go. Oh, but there's one more upside here. I'm going to play it because, here we go.
a lot. So let me see what we got going on. I see some emails coming in. So let me see if they might have some of the
Here
information.
we go.
Oh, this is for a new case. I'll have to look into it, but I don't.
Found it.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There's a new case. Ariana, I can't pronounce the last name. Tarsinski? Ptarcinski. I'm horrible with pronunciations. And they're wanting to get a hold of it. This is a case from Hernando County. Ariana was unalived by her boyfriend in the basement of their home while her family was in the home. Oh my gosh. Including her younger sister, mother, and her father. They heard her. The boyfriend came out covered. Oh my. I don't know.
All right. So let me pop this down real quick. I found the clip. Here we go. This is where she was going to make fake press credentials. So let's watch this real quick.
Associated Press in the Second Judicial District. And look at this. This is what's coming up. The state of Idaho versus Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. So we're going to be coming up to that very, very soon. I've got that on the list here. And we're going to be covering these cases too and going through all the stuff that is in this file. We know that they just recently ordered to split them up and sever them so they can have their own separate trials as opposed to having the trials together. Excuse me, I keep having hiccups. That's driving me nuts this morning. So we're going to be going into all of that. But there is some problems primarily with the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow case in Idaho. It's very upsetting to me. But I heard that the judge has ordered no media whatsoever. I think that's truly a violation of people's rights. It is a public trial. It should be disclosed to the public. But I found out that they are not going to have any live coverage of that case, which I think is a travesty. I truly think it's a travesty. And
now, mind you, this was clipped on March 11th, 2023. And I don't think they're going to. Little Irish girl, I don't.
I think people have a right to know what happened. So I'm not sure how we're going to handle that particular case, but I did find out that unless you're there, we're not going to be getting any coverage on that case. So if somebody is in Idaho, if somebody's in the area and you would like to be our correspondent in Idaho and can take the time off for the trial, please reach out to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I'll be happy to send you, we'll have to do some things, but I'm happy to send you some press credentials, that are temporary in nature, and, file any kind of...
Send you press credentials. So Betty was willing to make press credentials to citizens that are not press. Let that sink in. Make it make sense. I'll play it one more time.
If somebody is in Idaho, if somebody's in the area and you would like to be our correspondent in Idaho and can take the time off for the trial, please reach out to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I'll be happy to send you, we'll have to do some things, but I'm happy to send you some press credentials, that are temporary in nature, and, file any kind of requests with the courts that need to be done. But if you guys are interested, if I can just have one person or two people that kind of report back to the Bullhorn Betty channel related to this case, it might help, so I don't have to spend the additional funds to go out there and cover this case. It might be beneficial to this channel. But hey, if you guys want to send me out to cover this case in person, you know how to do it. You guys can put Dave Vallow on any kind of funds that come in. If you guys would like this, there it is. Support the next project, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. If it's, again, it's all up to you. This is, I'm just the talking head on this channel, but this channel is ran by you guys. So if you guys want me out there, then just let me know, and I'll start getting a budget together and seeing what it's going to cost to get us out there. We can make the decision from that. Otherwise, maybe we can have a correspondent out there that feeds us information that can help us with our lives here and just go live with us and tell us what's transpired in the courtroom, what's going on and everything like that. That would be really a blessing as well. We're happy to do that. It's just anything that you can do to help. So I'll let you guys figure that out.
So let that sink in for a minute, guys. So she was going to make fake press credentials for citizens of Idaho to get into a courtroom after the judge said no media. Make it make sense. Press credentials for media when the judge said no media. Okay. So, yeah, there you go. Right there. That's who Bullhorn is. Okay. Yeah. She dumb. That is a dumb move. So, there you go. And I agree, Bear Can Island. I agree. Oh, shit. What the hell am I doing? I'm so sorry. I thought I popped this back up, and I'm sitting over here, and you guys are just going blind. I'm so sorry. Why didn't y'all tell me? I'm sitting here looking at the chat and y'all ain't telling.
Videos
Here
so
we
we can
go.
find out once and for all whether they're true or not. And the answers I've been getting so far haven't been very good. Not for me. Yeah, I know, Noelle. That's the problem I'm having. That's the only place I can. That's where I'm tracing it back to, and I can't get past that. And nobody can tell me where she got those. Nobody. And
Hey,
I don't know where they
Archie,
came
how
from.
you doing?
You know. And when I went back to the original drop, she didn't even know what she was looking at. Like, she obviously didn't create the video. Somebody gave it to her. So who created the video for her? Something's not right in Denmark, and it's being passed around as true. And I'm questioning the audio as well as that law video very, 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 very highly at this moment. I can't. Everybody keeps saying it's coming from the Nick Barris video. I tried to recreate that image, and I can't. Not the audio. I don't know where the audio came from. The audio just came out of left field, and all of a sudden everybody's talking about audio. This is the first I'm hearing of audio. Don't know, but would like to source it. Don't want to say anything inaccurate until I.
Okay. Look, I'm gonna say that audio that's been floating around here, it's bullshit. It's stupid. There's no meaning to it. It's fake. If you really want me to be honest with you, it is. I believe it is. Everybody's welcome to their own opinion about it. I think it is dumb, to be very honest. That audio, come on, people, really? Do people really believe that audio that Nick Barris put out? I mean, yeah, I guess some people do. They do. Because they want to run with misinformation. But see, I don't trust Nick Barris at all. I haven't trusted him since this case. So, I mean, what do you guys think of that audio? One that has, and I'm using air quotes here, heavy breathing. As people like to say, there's heavy breathing in it. And that psychic that Justin was reviewing, that he wants, that he not want, I guess it's not wanting, but he believes. Let me tell you something. That woman popped up on my feed about a month ago. I didn't know her from Adam. She just randomly showed up. Just randomly. Where did she come from? Hell if I know. So I clicked into her live stream. Yeah, I gave her the view. What the hell? I didn't mind. It's what she said I had an issue with. No. You know what? It's a short. I clicked it as a short because there was no way I was flipping her ass. Nope. No way. So let me pop this up really quick so I can pop her up. It's just like a minute short. Okay. So let's see. Let me take this down. Yeah, you guys saw my studio. You just saw where the short was. So here's what she said. See, I got issue with this one. I lost faith in humanity, okay? Just listening to her made me want to spit nails. Here we go.
Yes, I don't know what that would be amazing is. I don't like to see, I like to feel things. Yeah, I feel things too. When I've worked on cases, like I can tell sometimes I'll get blood, you know, I'll feel the blood in my throat and stuff, like I get a physical feeling. I haven't been able to pick that up with Sebastian, which makes me feel like he hasn't fully crossed over yet, you know, because there is that time before people cross over. And like I said, I've channeled a lot. I do work as a medium, but it's more when I'm not expecting it, you know. Tax lady, I'm very interested, just ordered. Fantastic. And I am going to create my own true crime deck too. That's definitely something I want to do. I want to teach psychic classes. I want to teach tarot classes. Society is failing our children, Sean, 1,000%. You know, it's just baloney. We have to do better. We have to do better. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I am honest to a fault. Yes, I don't know what
One more
that would be
time.
amazing is.
Listen to her
I
closely.
don't like to see, I like to feel things. Yeah, I feel things too. When I've worked on cases, like I can tell sometimes I'll get blood, you know, I'll feel the blood in my throat and stuff, like I get a physical feeling. I haven't been able to pick that up with Sebastian, which makes me feel like he hasn't fully crossed over yet, you know? Because there is that time before people cross over. And like I said, I've channeled a lot. I do work as a medium, but it's more when I'm not expecting it, you know? Tax lady, I'm very interested, just ordered. Fantastic. And I am going to create my own true crime deck too. That's definitely something I want to do. I want to teach psychic classes. I want to teach tarot classes. Society is failing our children, Sean, 1,000%. You know, it's just baloney. We have to do better.
Oh, but Justin wants to be on that side of the fence with that kind of psychic. Okay, I'm gonna simply say this, and I have talked to somebody who does dabble in the card reading. You can't teach people how to do psychic readings when they don't have that ability. Okay, you're born with it. Okay, you're born with that kind of ability to do that. Me, I'm going to say I don't believe she was born with it. And that's just my opinion. I'm free to have my opinion. I think she's a fake. And that's just my opinion. Everybody's free to have their opinion about psychics and whatnot. But when it comes to cases like this, nah, I don't. No. I can fully understand why police keep psychics away to a certain extent. All right, Chopper. What are you up to, Chopper? If Karma came back and put her in a similar situation that she's spreading misinformation about, then Karma's good. Oh, I guess that's true. Hey, Zena, honey. I lived here in Manatee County for 50 years and have so many friends from even back in the 70s. Isn't it weird that Betts was born and raised here and has no friends? Hey, you know what, Vircan Island? I pray for you all the time because you live in that same town. I pray for you, my friend. I really do. I'm sending you virtual hugs right now. Hey, Mr. Eve, honey, how you doing?
They did great work and found some audio that really is legit audio. Kudos to them. We want it passed around. We want people to listen to it and pitch it.
Oh my God, stop it.
The problem is, I don't believe that's the case. That's the problem. I believe somebody has manipulated something here. And I'm hoping I'm not right about that. I hope nobody would do that. But we know it does happen. It doesn't surprise us if it does happen. So we have to take that into consideration. I can't find it. You guys can't give me any answer.
Betty, you've manipulated stories. You have. You have. Please continue on. I mean, we'll get to your little clickbait in just a bit.
As far as where it came from and how can we confirm it? Like, it's coming back to one source. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to keep beating a dead horse. There's no point in it, but I got to go past that. They were posted.
But Betty, you will believe anything if it'll pin a crime on Chris and Katie or even the Bowersox. I mean, hell, you're trying to pin that car on the Bowersox, that it was their car. Come on, Betty. You will do anything to try to pin something on Chris and Katie or even the Bowersox. Just stop it now.
That's another problem that we have is that Facebook group. There's been a lot that's been posted on there that has come back absolutely inaccurate, 100% inaccurate. Peddle is true. So again,
she's talking about JLR's Facebook group, I'm assuming, because that's the only thing that she's still hung up on. She's still hung up on her ex. She can't stand it that he's with someone else, someone much cuter, a little bit younger. And I've said it before. I think, in my opinion, that Magnolia is adorable. She is. She really is. Sorry, not sorry, Betty. But Magnolia is adorable. She's cute. She's got a good head on her shoulders, from what I understand. And I have to say this. She's actually kind of turned JLR around a bit. Oh my God, did I just pay that man a call? Wait, did I just compliment? Did I just compliment them? Holy shit. All right, where's Curious? I need Curious AF in here. I need the ruler to the hand. I need the ruler to the hand.
Oh no, I really don't. Oh, St. Rockdale, it's nice to see you.
Oh, where's Josh B? Where's Josh?
I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in here in a while.
I need Josh in here. He can do it.
Good morning. Oh, well,
Okay,
thank you,
Jima, I
it's
will.
Nice to see you.
Yes, Jima.
Zag, it's nice to see you as well. I'm not going to be on here too long because I got a lot of stuff to do today. I want to get some more research done, but I really think we need to hone in on this. I think we have something here. We need to work this. We need to see this through. If we can do it before I get there, that would be awesome. But if we can't, we're going to confirm it when I get there.
Before she gets there, okay. How many? Okay, in the chat, how many times have you guys heard her say before she gets there, or how many times have you said she's going to leave and go to Tennessee at a certain date and a certain time? And have we yet to see it? Have we yet to see her go at all? None. Yeah, Chopper, promises, Betty. You have yet to go. Why? Because your car keeps crapping out on you. Okay, Josh. Oh, thank God you're here. Well, Jim already got the ruler out. She just got me with the ruler in the hand because I paid JLR a compliment. I know. But it is true. Magnolia has tamed him a bit. She has. I have to give her that much. But I still don't like the man. I don't. After the sick shit that he's pulled over the years, no. That's unforgivable. Not after what he's done to my friend. What he did to my friend, both my friends actually. Hell the fuck no. No. But yeah, I don't foresee her going to Tennessee. Not at all. Again, I think she's scared.
Those chains go on that gate and lock it down for the night. And we need to know when. Hold on, just got something else. I want to check these as we go in case somebody's sending me stuff from.
Here's my statement from the night of Mariana's murder. And I had a hard time with everything going on.
Oh, how am I supposed to see this?
This man's been walking free since 2021. He didn't spend one night in jail. Share this so we can get answers on this case and justice for Ariana. My statement was only taken the night of the incident verbally, when I could not write. Here's my statement about what I witnessed. On December 24th, 2021, it was one of the most devastating and saddest moments of my life. Since then, I spent more than a year trying to heal with therapy, but I'm still haunted by the memories of that night and fearful of what might happen if the person responsible acts again. It all started as my wife and I were putting presents under the tree. We could hear screams. It took us a second to realize what was going on, but then we heard them louder and they were chilling. I went out the back door trying to figure out where the noise was coming from. And after a few moments, I heard the direction of the screams and started running that way. Then I heard the door open and I heard Eddie shouting for help. He said, "I killed her." He slit her throat. I ran back towards the house to tell my wife to call 911. She's dead. And then proceeds to go after it. Well, they did come through that gate.
First-hand account of what he saw.
All right. I skipped through that part because I don't need to hear anything like that being as graphic. And I don't want anybody in here getting triggered over that recording that she just played. So, yeah. No. So that's why I skipped it.
People always say, if they've got evidence, they'll make an arrest. Well, this is a guy with pretty, firsthand account of what he saw, and somebody is running free that obviously was able to do something to somebody's throat. And this, if people want to know why, they have to have like this. I don't understand why anybody would not be in a mental ward or in jail after an incident or altercation like that. But to treat the family like the criminals, that is pretty much
not too easy. I'm not going to comment on what she just said about a mental ward. Okay, that's too easy. I'm gonna continue playing.
It's pretty horrible. So definitely a case that is interesting. Oh my goodness. This is in my area. Spring Hill, Florida. Hernando County Sheriff's Department. So we might have another story. If anybody has any information on this particular story that we just kind of presented, please send it over to me at Bullhorn Betty.
Betty, you've got fingers. You got 10 fingers. You got 10 toes. Put them to work. Do your own freaking research for once in your life. Stop asking people to send you over information on things. I mean, if it's in your state, if it's in your county, well, it shouldn't be hard for you to pull it up yourself. It should be quite easy, actually. My gosh. Always got to get people to do your bitch work for you. Good Lord, have mercy.
At gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Again, it's for Ariana. I can't pronounce the last name, but it looks like Tarsinski. I'm really bad. It's Ptarcinski. If somebody can put a pronunciation in there for me so I don't butcher this poor girl's name after already being just horrible, just poor girl. Poor girl.
Betty, here, there's a woman on here who has to have her computer read for her because she has a hard time doing it herself. If you put the name into the Google search, click enter, there should be something on the side that will tell you if you want it translated for you. You just push the play button and it'll tell you what the proper pronunciation is to the name. See, I just gave you something. I just gave you something you can just easily look up. It's that simple. Gee, isn't Google grand? It is. It's amazing. I love it.
Anyway, send me what you guys have on this case. I greatly appreciate it, and we'll see if we can reach out to Fernando or see what we can do there. Especially if he hasn't been charged or anything else, like what's going on here. I'm not opposed to applying some pressure there at Fernando County Sheriff's Department. If the family wants to coordinate something, I'm happy to help with that as well. If they just don't if they wanted to do action versus just covering it, I'm happy to help any way I can. All right, guys. Well, I told you I wasn't going to stay on here very long. I'm not going to stay on here very long. I've got a lot of work to do today on the Sebastian Rogers case, as well as some personal matters I got to attend to today as well. So.
You mean you got what work, Betty? You mean what people are sending you that you have done fuck all research at all? I mean, let's just be honest here. Your emails are blowing up with bullshit information about the case. I mean, come on, Betty. Look at this comment on my screen. I mean, Chopper here has a great point, Betty. I think, and hear me out on this, I think it's possible that Betty is the type to lie so much that she ends up believing the lies she came up with. I have to agree, Betty. It's lie, 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 lie after lie. That's all you do. All you do. And let me remind everybody, and this is for all you Bush babies in the back, do not, and I repeat, do not go to St. Jude's. Do not do it. It's not going to end well if you do. And when I say it's not going to end well, I don't mean like that. What I mean is you're going to end up in shiny, shiny bracelets. Or just escorted off the property at that. I mean, what are you going to tell security? Oh, we were sent here by Bullhorn Betty. She sent us here to get like timestamps and all about these gates and what time they open and what time they close. Is that what you're going to do? Just don't go, okay? Stay your ass home where you belong. If Betty wants any of these whatsoever herself, well, she can leave her ass out of that bed, get out of the door, get in her car and drive her happy ass to Tennessee and do it herself. Okay? Okay.
So I'll be back today. It's not going to be the last of it. I got a video that I just did on TikTok that I've got to clean up a little bit. And then I'll drop that. It's only going to be another half hour or something like that. But come back. I'll have that. We'll have open discussion. Send me your theories on Chris's time. What do you think? If you guys have screenshots of information earlier.
Screenshots. See, here's where y'all have that problem. That's why I don't like Facebook groups. I don't like Reddit. They're all misinformation groups. They're never fact checked. They're not. That's why you always got to double up on the research. That's why people like this one here on my screen, she's just lazy. It's pure laziness. 10 fingers. She knows how to put them to work on her keyboard. She's got 10 toes. I mean, there are people that do know how to type with their toes. You know, it's not hard. It isn't. I even tried learning how to type with my toes. It didn't quite work out very well. It really didn't.
On from the employer and stuff like that, him getting kicked off, you know, him not really starting work until 7, all of these things. Okay. If you guys see any of these things and can capture those things, send those to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. If you know anybody that was on that job site, that knows that job site, that has worked there, whether
Hang on a second, hang on. I gotta go back.
You can capture those employee another half hour. So today, it's not gonna be the last of it. I got a video that I just did on TikTok. That I've got to clean up.
I don't give a shit about your TikTok.
And then I'll drop that. It's only gonna be another half hour or something like that. But come back. I'll have that. We'll have open discussion. Send me your theories on Chris's time. What do you think? If you guys have screenshots of information earlier on from the employer and stuff like that, him getting kicked off, you know, him not really starting work until 7, all of these things. Okay. If you guys see any of these things and can capture those things, send those to me.
Okay, so she thinks that he didn't start work at 5. She thinks he started at 7. Girl, your shit's way off. But hold on a second. Hold on. I have something. Let me upload these real quick. Okay, I already have this one saved. Okay. Let me go grab it real quick. Because Betty, I'm assuming that this is why you put this poll up. Actually, I don't, wait, was it a poll or I think it was just a pinned message? I'm not quite sure. If it was a pinned message, I can't remember if it was a pinned message. I think it's in my file. I done clean out my fucking files, and because of you, Betty, and this is because of you, my files are now full again. You seriously need to stop this shit, this clickbait and shit. I'm getting sick of it. Actually, you know what? I'll look for it in a bit. I can't find it right now. Actually, no. You know what? People will know about it. It's Bullhorn who wanted the foreman. She wanted to know about the foreman on the construction site. Now I remember. Why would you want that information, Betty? And for what reason? That's none of your business who that man is. See, this is where you need to stop sticking your nose in everybody's fucking business, Betty. And this is why I know that you would try to pull a Don Wells.
bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. If you know anybody that was on that job site, that knows that job site, that has worked there, whether they were temporary or permanent, that would be willing to speak to me either on the record or off the record, I will maintain their, their anonymity and their confidentiality if they so choose. I'm searching for information.
One, it's been a little bit. Beautiful Stinson. She's trying to send people to St Jude. St Jude's Hospital is what she's trying to do. Which I strongly advise people, do not go there. Do not go there. I swear, do not go there. It's going to be, you're going to be escorted out or escorted with shiny bracelets. Just saying. I mean, I get people like shiny jewelry, but that's not the kind of shiny jewelry I'm talking about. You know, the shiny jewelry I'm talking about goes behind. It goes behind, your hands go behind you and you hear a couple clicking sounds. You ever seen the show Cops? You get the gist.
I'm not, if I can bring it here, I don't mind talking about it, but I will not bring up your name if you do not want me to bring up your name. I just need confirmation of certain things related to the St. Jude's. Very general stuff that should not get you in any trouble. I will not have you break the law in any way.
Shouldn't get, oh my God, I cannot with this woman. I can't.
I just need some general information from somebody that's there. If you are that person, you can reach out to me to bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I guarantee if you notice anything about me, one thing I don't do is release my sources. If you don't want it released, I don't release it. The only way anybody will know that you're talking to me is if you tell them. So if you can give me some information, I'm happy to hear it. I'd like to hear it. We need to get down to the bottom of it. We've resolved a lot of things so far by this method. We've been honing in on key aspects of their story. Now it's time for us to turn our sights onto Chris. And eventually.
Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. And I am right about this. I know. I'm just being an asshole. As per usual, I'm an asshole. Hasn't her sights been on Chris Proudfoot for God knows how long now? Going on 3.5 months.
We're going to be turning our sights onto Kathy and Terry Bowersox. But we have to resolve these, right? We resolve the fact that we don't believe he walked out of the house. We resolve the fact that we know that Katie lied to us about the time that she was on the couch from 9 to midnight. We know that. We believe it.
There's no evidence that the Bowersox were even at the house that night. It's just Bullhorn and her conspiracy of the car. The car that she's conveniently tried to pin at the house because of a light in the photo. But that's not evidence. As she claims, it's not evidence.
That she lied to us. We don't believe she was asleep at midnight, obviously. And now it's time to find out what Chris was doing. Where was Chris? And how much of Chris's information? Chris, I don't need you to tell me where you were. I'll find out all by myself. And you'll see how.
Betty, stop. Stop it. You've been making threats, and more threats for God, the last couple of days. Are you, okay, let me ask you this, Betty. Are you seriously thinking that these threats are going to scare Chris Proudfoot and Katie? I can simply say this right now. They don't scare them. Your threats are meaningless. They mean shit. Literally. They don't scare them.
Crafty I get. So I'd like to know if anybody's out there. Again, bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I do not believe this man was in his crane at 5:15. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Let's clear Chris. Okay? Let's get Chris clear. Everybody send me whatever you got to clear Chris's name. All right? And we'll present the information.
Bitch. Hey, Wendy, can you drop that video of yours for me? The one that we played the other day? I want to hear something. Actually, I want everybody to hear it. Because this is going to be a good indicator that she does not want this man cleared. She doesn't. I'm literally not kidding with you. If you can drop that for me, Wendy, I would appreciate it, baby. Thank you.
The corroborated information as it comes, unbiased. This is what the information we have, and see if his statements to the public hold water. I'm going to message info about Sebastian. Sebastian was on. I have, you know what? I've received so many emails. It's been hard. I'm trying to keep them. It's like everything's so important. It's hard to keep track of all of them. But somebody was talking about the medicine and what his reaction would be without being medicated or coming off the medication. It's apparently not good, and something that would be very, very noticeable. Because he wouldn't be, he has problems adapting to strangers and stuff like that, which is what we learned. I know.
No. See, that's what she thinks. She thinks that Sebastian does not adapt to strangers. Okay, no. And Mister, you are right. They will lock your crazy ass up. They would. They're lucky they didn't lock Mallory's ass up for that stunt that she pulled. Especially walking into St. Jude's without a mask. Putting those babies in harm's way. You know. I heard she's scared JLR. Yeah, he shut down his live stream really fast. I don't know if it was him being scared, Soup. I really don't. But he knows that she's stalking him, I think. And actually, I believe. I just don't think he's come right out and said it yet. I mean, I don't watch JLR. I really don't. I mean, I don't even follow his community posts. Unless there's something, something good on there. I mean, I should with, the drama between the two of them. I mean, it is getting pretty good, though. It's getting juicy. Yeah, you know what? I have just one Facebook that's connected to this channel, and I'm part of one group. Facebook should have never unbanned me from the groups. Big mistake. But I still wouldn't go in there. I really should. No. I'm only part of one. Reddit is actually good. There's more shit about you, Brandon. Yeah, there wasn't before. That was actually about 3 years ago. So I guess they changed it. They might have, I don't know. I just don't go on there. The unfortunate reality is that there are viewers that will do that. I found over the last 15 years that subscribers, shatters, do have mental health issues on their hands. Yeah, they do. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that, honey. I will play that after this. I'm doing good, Ken. How are you doing, honey? I used to be part of Facebook years ago and into the graphic side. Talk about witch hunts over the family images. Hey, you know what? That's the knitting community over here. I'm telling you, those people are brutal. That's why if you watch like those streams from the knitting community, just sit back and watch. Do not engage. Like literally don't. They nasty. I mean, I haven't watched them in, I don't know. Actually, it's been a couple months since I watched them. I kind of miss them over there. I really do. It's just fun listening to them fight.
Know that the lady on one of the channels said he was just so friendly.
I know, I'm weird that way.
Because we talked to Chris and Katie, and we've heard their statements, we've heard Seth's statements, and he's had problems meeting people or socializing with people. But once he becomes friends, you know, he's kind of in their personal space. We need to go back and review those things, but I think there might be something very telling in that as well. But we'll see. We'll see how everything falls. The medication I'm definitely interested in on. Hey, Crimecast, it's nice to see you. If she gave.
Bullhorn, go back into your interview with Seth Rogers and listen to what he said about the medication. Go. Do it. I know you watch your own streams. I mean, most creators do. Go back and listen. And while you're at it, go towards the end of your stream and listen to what you said should happen. Actually, scratch that. What you alluded that Katie should have done to her. Waterboarding, does that ring a bell, Betty? When Seth Rogers stated that some old style 70s police work, and you said waterboarding maybe, you alluded that should happen to Katie, that she should be waterboarded. Why don't you go back and listen to that part? It's towards the end. Go. Do it. Go on. It's still up.
One extra for sleep, it could cause a delayed breathing, even death, just by one. Yeah, but I would have to think that they've done that before. And he was older. Because I keep thinking, you know, how many times have we as parents given our children a second dose of cough medicine, or, you know, they're really not feeling well or not doing well. So
all right, look, I'm going to tell you guys one thing. Do not listen to what she's saying about medication and all this bullshit. She has no idea what medication Sebastian Rogers is on. She's listening to families in her chat that do have children that are autistic. But they are not the same type that Sebastian has. And I'm going to guarantee you that all 100 people that she has, and I use air quotes here, spoken to, have the exact same chromosome deletion that Sebastian has. Not all 100 of them have, of their kids have that same exact autism. And I will put my channel on the fucking line. And because I can tell you simply, there are several forms of autism out there. Look it up. This is what pisses me off about her, is she's talking as if she knows about autism. She does not know about autism. She did not do the complete research on Sebastian's autism. It took me 4 days to do the complete research on it. She said it took her 2 days. I don't believe that. And I'll tell you why. When she was on TikTok with Tony and them skanks over there, she was saying that Sebastian can't fend for himself. It's already been recorded. And I believe it's still up on Savage's stream or on her channel, because Savage was recording that one when she went up there. That part of mine kind of got cut off. So Savage does have the full one. But then when she did the interview with Seth, all of a sudden she's a fucking expert on it. And yeah, there you go. Thank you, Wendy. I was looking for it. Right there. Autism with chromosome deletion syndrome. She doesn't know anything about this. She didn't do the complete research on it. So, and she talks like she's an expert. There's a lot more to this autism than she has read. Okay, this website right here, that just gives you what you need to read up on it. You have other articles out there that have a lot more than what this is giving you here. There are also articles where parents who do have children that have this same autism right here, that will tell you what it's like having a child with chromosome deletion syndrome. So Betty didn't do all that. She didn't read all of those. I did. 4 straight days. I learned about his autism. So she's no expert. She's just listening to people whose kids do have autism. Okay, that's fine. There are at least 5 autisms out there in this world. It's just a simple Google search. How many forms of autism are out there? And it'll come right up. So no, not every single person that she has spoken to has the same autism as Sebastian.
We've given him an extra dose of, pharmaceuticals that the doctor gave us. But I don't know. You could be very, very right, because I don't know that illness. I don't know that the medication. I don't know what medication he was on to sleep with.
That's right. You don't. So don't speak on it. You don't need to know. It's none of your damn business, Betty.
So I really don't know. I don't think one extra would do anything. Yeah, it's hard for me to think one. I mean, it seems like if it was medication, it would have.
Yes, Josh. Stinson is our soup from the jerks. She's one of the best. And Pearl is our OG queen around here. She sure is.
Had been a lot of medication. I mean, even to be honest with you, even arsenic, right? I mean, like you use that, a little bit of it, you won't even notice. A lot of it, you do. So I don't know. I wouldn't bother the hospital, Nola's mom. I would call the county. The county should be able to tell you what the construction rules are in that area, and they would be the ones that would be able to give us concrete information. You might call the hospital; they may have no clue. But the county or the city limits. If it's in city limits, call the city hall. They would have definitely the answers of what's allowed and not allowed. I think that would be the most appropriate, because they're county employees. They're the ones that are supposed to answer these questions. Just a food for thought. Yeah, exactly, Nola's mom. That would be perfect, because they would be the ones that would need to answer that question. They would be the ones responsible for fielding those questions, and that would be that would be perfect. Let me know what you find out. Christina G says, call the union. Thank you for that update. That's a great idea. Call the union.
No, don't call the union. See, Betty, you're treading on dangerous territory here. You don't need to call places just to get your fucking information. The union has fuck all to do with any of this. See, I know that you are so hell-bent on solving this case, because you want to be the first one to solve a case on this platform. Well, sweetheart, you've been at this for what, 3 years now? And how many cases have you solved so far? A big fat zero. Along with all of the other tragedy pimps out here. All of y'all have solved zero cases. So miss me with the bullshit. And by the way, the union, they ain't gonna tell you shit. I'm gonna tell you that right now, right here. They ain't gonna tell you shit. Okay, but good luck though. I wish you nothing but luck. I hate how she thinks she is so entitled to know every little thing in whatever case she catches her fans. Right, bicycle or banana. You're right. She thinks she's entitled. But see, here's the thing. It's just like us over here. We're not entitled to any information whatsoever. Any information on any case. Like the people over here, we wait patiently for any and all updates that come from the right people. Law enforcement, FBI, even if the CIA is involved, shit, we'll wait for that. If the National Guard is involved, we'll wait for their updates. We'll wait for it all. But honestly, we're not entitled to any answers. That's why it's so easy for people to sit on their platforms and make shit up. Betty, Brittany J, J's for Justice, Jaundice. Need I go on? I don't think I need to.
The union, though, might fall under some type of confidentiality, though, because they're a separate. I'll have to look at unions and find out what.
She just answered her own question. They do fall under confidentiality. It's easy to look up. Just go look it up.
Public information are required to put out. Huh, that might be an avenue.
Betty, don't think. Okay, stop thinking. Stop thinking. Don't overthink shit.
Might be an avenue. Great idea, though. Great idea. Union. And I didn't think about that, but Chris might be in a union. Everybody says he got fired from a job. If he's in a union, it'll take an act of Congress to get him fired. He'll have his union rep there and everything else. They will mitigate this.
Oh, excuse me. What did you just say? What did you just say? Hold it. Let's go back a second. Maybe 20 seconds. I got to hear this again.
Public information are required to put out. Huh, that might be an avenue. Great idea, though. Great idea. Union. And I didn't think about that, but Chris might be in a union. Everybody says he got fired from a job. If he's in a union, it'll take an act of Congress to get him fired. He'll have
Who said Chris got fired from his job? Bullhorn, are you putting out misinformation without proof? Who said Chris got fired? You know that's easy to find out, right? Bullhorn. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. She does it again. No research. None whatsoever. She goes by what people tell her in her emails. She goes by what her mods tell her while looking up these Facebook groups and what they post in there. And she runs with it. It's so freaking hilarious. All the while, we got to do the bitch work. But hey, I'm cool with it. I'll do the bitch work. I don't mind. Why not? It doesn't matter. I'll do it all day, every day. I'll do it all night if I have to. Fuck, I'll do it for 48 hours. I don't care. Because at the end of the day, I got the receipts. I can just show the receipts too. You see why I don't go live every day, Betty? It's because I'm gathering receipts to bust y'all out. Otherwise, you'll go live like 4 or 5 times a day now. Clickbaiting, but you'll never show receipts. But you claim you have them. Yeah, make it make sense. But you'll never show them, right? Yeah. You've never showed receipts. Your receipts, and these are your words, is what you say. You know what you know, and you know what you know.
have his union rep there and everything else. They will mitigate this. So, I don't know if he was fired from. I don't think he was fired from that job. Okay. Apparently, he is a union. So that resolves that issue. PHP, does it take less time to get to the job site versus?
I do too, Josh. I love soup as well. Okay, I think we've had enough of this. Oh my gosh, she left her bed. Hallelujah. She left her bed, you guys. I'll be damned. I don't really give a shit. All right, let's get to the second one. This one is only 16 minutes. And then we'll get on to her little clickbait. Actually, no. This one has to do with breaking news from this morning. And it has to do with the neighbor. The one that lives on like on the other side of the street, who claims that she saw just about everything that went down, spoke to several neighbors. And here's the thing though, from where she's at, this Bobby woman, she couldn't see shit. No. Mm-mm. Now, if people go and watch Gray Hughes' video on it, that'll give you a good indicator. And I'm going to believe Gray Hughes over anybody. Anybody. And I'm going to believe Gray Hughes over any fucking tragedy pimp out there. Because Gray Hughes, he puts out the business. And I mean, he puts it out. And he was spot on when it came to the Kylie Rodney video, where it showed when she veered off into the reservoir. And Bullhorn here was fighting tooth and nail. Oh, no, that's not what happened. Yep, really? And Betty was fighting tooth and nail over that, saying how wrong he was over it. A lot of people were. I know specifically Bullhorn and Dolly were back then. But how would they know? They weren't experts. So, yeah. Oh, and I didn't clip this. I didn't clip this part, but apparently Bullhorn is gonna, and I'm gonna use air quotes here, try to get a subpoena on Blank Screen. Bullhorn, good luck with that. I wish you nothing but luck with that. I find it laughable that you're gonna try to serve Blank Screen with a subpoena. You know how ridiculous you sound just saying that? I mean, nobody knows who Blank Screen is. Yeah. I did have a good laugh at that when I heard that this morning. Yeah. It's still laughable though, but really, I'm not in the laughing mood right now because you pissed me off when you went live about that article. I was in a good mood until you ruined it.
So we're here, we're discussing Sebastian Rogers. He's this beautiful face right here. He's 15 years old. He's an autistic boy from Hendersonville, Tennessee, that disappeared from his home allegedly on February 26th between midnight and 6 a.m. While I do believe he left the house between 12 and 6 a.m., I do not believe he did it willingly, but I digress. There's a lot of reasons why I do feel that way. And so we are just going to go back to the beginning and kind of walk you guys through everything as we know it. And we are going to touch just a little bit on a few things that has transpired over the last 24 hours. So when we learned of this,
nothing transpired in the last 24 hours, except for the fact that Terry Lynn just sits in a damn parking lot, from 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning, all the way through the morning, all the way into the morning, actually. Now, when I first heard what somebody, I think it was Queen Bee that brought this up, tweaker hours. Now, I about fell out when she said that because I thought that was hilarious, actually. I really did. It was tweaker hours. I thought that was hilarious. I still do think that's funny. So anytime that Terry Lynn is live in a parking lot at 1 or 2 in the morning, I'm like, oh, she's out in tweaker hours. So, I just laugh at that.
Case. We learned of this case about 8 days in when this case originally started. It was the Green Shirt interview with one of the news organizations locally. And we found out that the family seemed a little distraught. They made some weird statements and had some weird behaviors in this particular clip. But all in all, they seem like, for the most part, grieving parents. Okay. We overanalyzed that and rightfully so. We should have. We found, scratch marks up and down Chris's arms, his fingertips looked like they were just went through a meat grinder. There was a lot of things that were going on that up front that just kind of said, yeah, this is not feeling too comfortable for us. But we're listening. We're opening our ears. We want to hear what happened.
Have a good day, Noelle. You take it easy, sweetheart. And thanks for coming by, hon. We'll see you next time.
See what's going on in the Sebastian Rogers case. Did he just walk out of the house, being an autistic boy, 15 years old, going through some changes, fighting with mommy and daddy and stepdaddy, doing it.
There's never been any mention of him fighting with Katie and Chris Bullhorn. I don't know where you got that from. You probably got that from Tony. Where you probably got that from? You probably got it from Seth. Okay. See, you are so completely biased over this. It is so fucking disgusting. So disgusting. You need to just stop.
Transition from one house to another. It just seemed like things were, a little chaotic, but nothing that a normal family just can't work through. Nothing major. I mean, every family going through divorce has hostility and drama, and anybody that has never been through a divorce probably doesn't know what I'm talking about. And I get it. But in normal life, when people go through the divorce, they have children, it is a meat grinder contest. That is really what you're going to court for, to beat the crap out of each other lawfully and legally. Give each other.
Even recording this, just 16 minutes of it, she grates my nerves. See, this may have happened with her in her time, but she does not know if this is how Sebastian felt with Katie and Seth getting divorced. She doesn't know because she wasn't there. So she doesn't know how Sebastian would have felt with Katie and Seth getting divorced. She doesn't know this. So she's just putting out shit that she has no idea what she's talking about. As per usual. It's nothing new. Let's just be fucking honest here.
A few black eyes in the process, smear each other. And so, a lot of this stuff has nothing to do with why this boy has disappeared. But a lot of stuff was brought up that should not have been, tainting a lot of the public, turning a lot of the public against an innocent father that has been doing everything he can to go out here and find his son.
Innocent father? You mean, I will not, and I've repeated this many, many times, I will never take away the fact that he's got a missing child. As for Katie and Chris, I will never take away the fact that they've got a missing child. But see, I call it down the middle. I call it straight down the middle. Betty, you don't call it down the middle. You call it down one side. You made that very fucking clear. You write so hard for Seth Rogers. And you fucking ride and suck the toes of Tony Mathis. And I find that fucking disturbing. You take everything that man says as fucking fact. Betty, I thought you were about receipts. But you're not going to ask Tony Mathis for any receipts on the things that he says? Did you ever ask him about the receipts about a car and the Amber Alert? When even he knew that there wasn't a car on the Amber Alert. Did you ask him about that? Because see, he put out misinformation on that. And much more. We'll be here for a couple of hours. If I were to pull everything that Savage and myself have recorded from his TikTok and other people's TikToks that he's been on, where he has put out so much misinformation, you can literally write a fucking book about it. But you take it as fact. I'll be right here if this all goes south. Because see, Bullhorn's involved in all of this. Putting out all this misinformation, taking everything that Tony Mathis and Seth Rogers is saying, all of these lies and misinformation, when none of it has ever been founded. No receipts have ever been shown to anything that these two people have ever said. And Bullhorn's just taking it and running with it. And they're doing it all in the name of this sweet boy right here.
But, either way, those are just our opinions. We need to get to work. We need to look in and hone in on what key factors do we need to address. We need to address whether or not he walked out of the house willingly. If he did, why? If he didn't, how did he leave? We needed to address what in prison case.
I'm going to slow that down. I want you guys to hear that again. Because, see, I told you, she changes her fucking story all the damn time.
And so, a lot of this stuff has nothing to do with why this boy has disappeared, but a lot of stuff was brought up that should not have been, tainting a lot of the public, turning a lot of the public against an innocent father that has been doing everything he can to go out here and find his son. But, either way, those are just our opinions. We needed to get to work. We needed to look in and hone in on what key factors do we need to address. We need to address whether or not he walked out of the house willingly. If he did, why? If he didn't, how did he leave? We needed to address what.
Okay, so she's already said, Bullhorn here's already said that there's no evidence of him ever leaving the house. So why is she even stating any of this? Why? She's already made up her mind on he never left the house. She's already made her mind up on that. Bullhorn, am I detecting a bit of backpedaling here? I mean, I've already detected numerous backpedals here, but am I detecting more backpedaling? Girlfriend, come on, stop it. Are you another Brittany J? Because I've even suggested numerous times that Brittany J should change her name to allegedly backpedaling with Brittany J. I mean, it has a better ring to it. It really does. Just my opinion. But there you go, guys. It's a better indicator that she's changing her story.
In Chris and Katie, because they were the two people that were in and around this boy the most. The absolute most was Chris and Katie. So those are where we start. He disappeared from ground zero, their home, their family home. So the first place that we are going to look in any case is the immediate family. That's mom and dad and stepdad in this case, and of course Seth. We did take a hard look at Seth, but Seth is, it's kind of hard to look at.
There you go. Backpedaling again. No. You did not take a hard look at Seth, Bullhorn. No. Try again. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to pop this down for just a minute. I'm going to take a breather because I got some people to thank, Betty. Unlike you. You just prefer to be horrible to your chat. See, I'm not like that. I don't do that to my chat. I ain't horrible to them. I'm actually quite nice to my chat. Okay. And look at that. There's my girl, J-Dub. Thank you, J-Dub, for being a member for 6 months. I truly appreciate you, honey. And it's good to see you. Wendy Blank, thank you for the $5 super chat for a cup of herbal tea. You may need it after this stream. I'm probably going to need it, yes. Thank you, honey. Miss Blue, welcome to the Cherry Mafia. I appreciate you, honey. And Josh B, thank you, Sweet Pea, for the 5 gifted memberships. If you guys receive the membership, please be sure to thank Josh B for it. Let's see who got them. Purple Haze, Dina, Rhiannon, and Bluebird, and Cherokee Girl. Welcome to memberships, everybody. Okay. I just want to make sure everybody knew I wasn't ignoring them. I wasn't. Okay, I'm taking a breather. Okay. Now it's my turn. I'm going to surprise everybody. Give me just 1 second. My turn to surprise everybody here. There you go. Surprise everybody. See, I'm in a giving mood. So there you go, everybody. Welcome to memberships. So Halloween Baby, Nicole, Amanda, Jeannie, and Relevant Glitz and Glam. Welcome to memberships, everybody. Okay. So let's get back to this one. Only 11 more minutes, guys. I promise.
He was in jail. Okay, he works in a jail. He works the night shift. During this time, from 12 to 6, this man was in a jail on camera. His car locked in a secured parking garage, and he was the only one. Mom and dad and stepdad in this case, and of course Seth. We did take a hard look at Seth, but Seth is, it's kind of hard to look at him too long. He was in jail. Okay, he works at a jail. He works a night shift. During this time, from 12 to 6, this man was in a jail on camera. His car locked in a secured parking garage, and he was
No, sorry, G-Ma. I had somebody come in. I had to boot him out of here. Trying to get in on my stream. Nope, not having it today. Nope. Nobody's getting in on my shit. I'm in a mood today. Straight up, I'm in a mood. You know what? I say let's get Bullhorn here. Let's get Bullhorn the finger. Yeah, let's get Bullhorn the finger. Okay, so I went back a minute. See, she said that they looked at Seth, and it was hard to look at Seth because why? Well, what did she say? She said he was in a jail. He worked at a jail. But what did she say first, though, before she said those two exact things? He was in jail. In jail. Now, see, I found that quite funny. I think she might have slipped on that. I don't know. It's possible that she did. Oh, I'm giving Betty the bird. Purple Haze. I'm giving Betty the bird. We all are. We're giving Betty the bird. She deserves it because of the stunt that she pulled today. So what I just found that part quite funny that she said he was in jail, making it seem like was he in a jail cell with everybody? I don't know. I just thought she might have slipped up on that. I mean, it was a possibility, but she goes on to say this though. I just thought it was funny though.
family. That's mom and dad and stepdad in this case, and of course Seth. We did take a hard look at Seth, but Seth it's kind of hard to look at him too long. He was in jail.
See, she said he was in jail. She didn't say he worked at a jail. He was at work. The first thing that pops in, he was in jail. Okay. I just found it funny.
Okay, he works at a jail. He works a night shift. During this time, from 12 to 6, this man was in a jail on camera.
That's all she had to say. He was at a jail, at work. That's why I think she might have just slipped up. Who knows?
His car locked in a secured parking garage, and he was the only one that has a publicly confirmed polygraph test as passing.
So does Chris and Katie. You forget to mention that, Betty. Every stinking time you bring up that polygraph, you forget to mention that Chris and Katie passed theirs. But I digress. All three of them did. Dummy. They all passed. All three of them. Continue on.
Seth is the lowest man on my totem pole of my list of suspects or persons of interest in this matter. So now the next thing.
Again, it goes to her just believing one side, which is what makes her biased. Me, I've said it before. I'll continue repeating it. I am unbiased. I call it down the middle. I hear both sides of the story. Call me whatever you want, but I hear both sides of the story. I don't tell a father of a missing child, I love you. I don't do that shit. I find that weird. I do. But hey, whatever floats your fucking boat. But still, if you're for Sebastian, then be for Sebastian. Call it down the fucking board. Listen to both sides of the story. Don't just make up bullshit, lies, and theories.
Is did he walk out of the house? We already went through that. I don't believe he did for a number of reasons. Predominantly the statements that Chris and Katie themselves said. They stated that he's never ran away from home. He doesn't like going outside. He doesn't like being dirty. He doesn't leave without his shoes. He doesn't have really.
No, that's not what was said, Betty. Once again, no, not Betty. Betty never said that. It was another creator. Sorry, I should have elaborated. It was another creator that said that to Seth. Banana. It was another creator. Betty, that's not what was said. Might I suggest everybody go back and rewatch Dutch's interview and the second interview with the Proudfoots, and go listen to Cluminati where Chris was up there, and then go watch when Chris and Katie were up on Queen Bee's. I swear to God. Go watch them. Go. This is right here. What she's saying here is telling all of you to go back and rewatch those interviews with Chris and Katie. I will happily drop the links, and they'll be in the description here, in the stream. Go. I'm telling you. Betty, that's not what they said. Stop lying.
Any friends? He's got no place to go. He's very sheltered. The bottom line is this kid is very.
He's not sheltered, Betty. Here's the thing about sheltering. Let's talk about this for a second. Okay? Let's talk about this. When you're talking about sheltering, I'll tell you what sheltering is. A father being at work for 12 straight hours, driving to work takes an hour, and driving home takes an hour. Do the math. How many hours is that? 1 hour to and 1 hour from, and you have a 12-hour shift. How many hours is that? I mean, I already know, but you guys, how many hours is that? It's 14 hours, isn't it? It's 14 hours. See, that's how long Sebastian was cooped up in Seth's house every time Sebastian was at Seth's. Now, we got people over on this side, the tragedy pimps, that are milking this case to its core. Bitching and complaining that Chris and Katie left Sebastian home for 3 hours. 3 measly hours. Oh, but they're okay with Seth leaving Sebastian home for 14 straight hours while Seth was at work. Get the fuck out of here, all of y'all. You don't do the fucking math. Y'all need to get that book, Mathematics for Dummies. It's informative. I have it on my bookshelf. I got it a long time ago. Okay, look, the calculator, it can be your best friend too. Use it. I highly recommend it. It's on your computer, it's on your laptop, it's on your tablet, it's on your damn phone. Use it. But this is the problem. You guys don't listen to both sides of the story. You just want to believe a man who sits on a panel and cries. I'm sorry, I'm not buying his crying bit. His stories have changed so many times. I did have some respect for Seth, but the moment he put out his son's SA story and put out Katie's personal business that had nothing to do with finding Sebastian or had anything to do with this case whatsoever, and did it out of revenge, I got nothing for him. I got no respect for him at all, because he had no business putting that shit out to the universe. I mean, putting that shit out, what did he think was going to happen? That it was going to speed up the process to look for his child? Has it sped up? No. But it made YouTube and these tragedy pimps run rampant with their fucking stories and put out even more misinformation, even more lies. And it's left up to all of us over here that are for Sebastian, that are for him coming home safe and sound and with his family, to call out the bullshit, to call you guys out on those lies and show the receipts. But y'all can't handle it, can you? Well, I have a suggestion. I'll keep bringing that suggestion up. Quit putting out the lies and bullshit and the misinformation, and we'll quit calling you out. It's that freaking simple. But it won't work, will it? No, because it's all for the almighty buck. It's all about what you can stuff in your fucking wallet. It's all about what you can stuff in your purse. And it's all about the clicks and the damn views. It's just better to admit that you could care less whether or not this child comes home. Well, he's not a child, but this 15-year-old come home. I mean, look at this face. Look at that face. You think he's going to be happy when he comes home and he hears all of this bullshit that's been laid out about his mom and his dad and his stepdad? You think all of this is going to make him happy? No. But here's the real question, though. Everything that's been said about his mom, you think he's going to be very happy about that? Everything that's been said about his mother? Everything that his mom's being accused of? You think he's going to be very happy about that? I don't think so. No, not one bit. But y'all don't care about that, do you? You don't care about his feelings? See, I can say simply right now that you guys don't care about his feelings. Otherwise, you wouldn't be calling his mother all these names and you wouldn't be putting out all these lies about his mom. Or his stepdad, for that matter. And that right there tells me that y'all are nothing but pieces of shit for doing it. But like I said, and I'll say it again, I don't mind calling you guys out and showing the actual proof of everything that you guys are saying. And as for Bullhorn, see, it's easy with Bullhorn. Because Bullhorn's already stated that her receipts are what comes out of her mouth. Those are her receipts. She doesn't have any receipts. And she'll never show them. Why do you think she tells people, send me this, here's my email, blah, 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 gmail.com? Because she gets, whatever she gets, she doesn't fact check it. She runs with it. It's all about observing and paying attention and listening.
Shelter. He's around a family member at all times. The only time he's left at home is when he comes home from school and Katie's still at work, or he comes home from school and his dad is at work, when he's staying at his dad's. So this illusion that everybody doesn't leave this kid alone at home is ludicrous. He stays home and takes care of himself. You got to remember, Chris is gone.
But Betty, I thought you said he doesn't know how to take care of himself and he doesn't know how to fend for himself. I mean, fucking A. You know, Betty, you said that on TikTok when you were up on one of those boxes with Tony. That's what you said. We were all in Savages when you streamed that. Even though I was streaming it myself, I was still in Savages because I was bouncing back and forth between my chat and hers. We all heard you say it. He doesn't know how to fend for himself. Oh, but no, but when you had the interview with Seth, all of a sudden he can fend for himself, right? You can't just stick to one thing. You got to flip-flop back and forth. Flip-flopper.
He's out at a job in Memphis. Nobody's at home when Sebastian gets out of school. He goes home. He has to take care of himself when he gets home. Obviously, has no problems up until then. Just wanted to settle that down just a little bit.
And once again, it goes back to the math problem here, guys. If he's home for a couple of hours by himself, oh, that's a big deal. But it's not a big deal when he's home with his dad, Seth Rogers, for 14 hours while his dad's at work. But that's okay. It's okay, though. That's the problem here. Everybody's okay with Seth leaving Sebastian home for 14 hours a day while his dad works a 12-hour shift, drives an hour to work, and drives an hour home from work. That's 14 hours. Everybody's okay with that. Good to know. That's great. But y'all want to shit on Katie and Chris for what? Leaving them home for a couple of hours while they're still working until they get off of work? Well, see, that just goes where your mind is going. Guilty. Send them to the electric chair. Right? Correct. But y'all have already sent them to the electric chair long before that.
Well, Katie's story was ever changing from 9 to midnight, ever changing from 9 to midnight. She kept saying that she was asleep. She wanted everybody to believe that she was asleep on the couch, and she wanted everybody to believe that when she got off the couch, she went straight to bed and went to sleep, obviously.
Her story has not changed. It has not wavered from that. It has not. Go and watch. You know, fuck it. I'll go get it myself. Give me 1 second, and I'm going to go grab it. Where is it? Okay. I cannot with you, Betty, and your lineup. Her story has not changed. She has stated where she fell asleep at. Duh, hello, Betty. Get with the program. I mean, for fuck's sake, Arctic Fox was right there. He knows. There's interview 1. Interview 1. There's that one. And this one had Arctic on it too, as well. Interview 2. Again, I will put these in the description as well. There you go. Her story does not change.
So we didn't believe that. We started challenging that aspect of this case, and it took us down a lot of different interviews. And every single one of the interviews, the information from the beginning to where we are today has changed, and has changed significantly. The story that they gave Duchess on March 3rd is wildly different than the story we have today. The story that Katie gave her neighbor.
Okay, so it has been put in my chat numerous times, my email. Okay, about if anybody wants me to call Chris and Katie out on their lies, send them to me. You know what? I haven't checked in, I don't know, since my last stream. I haven't checked my email. Let's go check my email real quick. Nope. I have not received shit. Not since my last stream where my email was dropped in my chat numerous times by Grandma Sherry. Nobody has sent me anything about why I should call Chris and Katie out on their lies and what I should call them out for. So I guess I don't have anything to call them out for, I guess. Hey, Steven's Adventure. Hey, B. Frank. Hey, WNC Granny. I guess I don't have anything to call them out for. So might I advise people that come in here, don't tell me to call Chris and Katie out on their lies unless you're going to literally send me an email and list what lies I should call them out on. Okay? Okay.
Neighborhood boots on the ground, or neighbor boots on the ground, the day that this is happening is wildly different than the story we have today. Wildly different. And then we have light phenomenons, and a lady, by the way, Terry Lynn is out in the field tonight searching. So once you guys get done here.
Tweaker hours. That's where she's at. She's out in the field on tweaker hours. Oh, Lord have mercy. She's sitting in a parking lot, guys. Either in a parking lot or she's driving around doing nothing. Driving around the same areas as she usually does. I mean, how many times can you drive around the same area searching? I'm being for real here. I'm legit being serious. How many times can you search the same freaking area? BHB. Josh, I can't with you. I can't with you, Josh. Stop it. God.
I would really appreciate if you guys went over and tuned into the searching. But before we get over to that, this is going to be, we're already 10 minutes in. We've got another 50 minutes to get everything laid out to you guys in a palatable and digestible version. We've gone over a lot of this stuff already, but we're going to go over it again.
Digestible version?
Let's go back to the day that Sebastian allegedly walked out of the house.
Okay. She says, there's nothing that indicates that he walked out of the house. Or, okay, never left the house at that. But allegedly left the house? I told you, her stories are not consistent. They change. Flippity flop Betty. You know what? Anytime I go live about you, I think that's what I'm going to start calling you. Flippity flop Betty. I mean, I've been calling you Bullhorn the Karen for, God, since you got that woman at the Ashley Furniture Store fired, you and Molly. Actually, it was actually you were the culprit on that one. So that's what it's going to be. Flippity flop, Bullhorn, the Karen Betty. New nickname. I'm going to run with it. I sure am.
Digestible version. We've gone over a lot of this stuff already, but we're going to go over it again. So we walk through everything with you. Let's go back to the day that Sebastian alleged.
You don't walk through shit. Your story's just changed. So how is that walking through everything? Make it make sense. Just make sense. Just do it. Just make it make sense. You don't walk through shit, Betty.
Allegedly walked out of the house. The reason why we do not believe that he walked out of the house is many reasons.
Allegedly walked out of the house. Okay. Now, look. I'm going to simply say this right now. Until there's concrete evidence that there was a crime committed, I'm going to simply say Sebastian left that house. And I'm going to stand 10 toes down on that until otherwise. Until we're told otherwise. Don't like it? Don't give a fuck. But you're not going to convince me otherwise. And that's that.
One, his shoes. His shoes were the absolute first telling sign that he did not willingly walk out of the house. Because if he was willingly going to walk out of the house or be coerced out of the house or say somebody asked him to follow him, one of his very next things that he would do would be to sit down and put his shoes and socks on before he proceeded out the door. That did not happen. So therefore,
So she's saying he went barefooted. Okay. How do you know that, Betty? How do you know he was completely barefooted? We don't know he was completely barefooted. He could have had socks on. And we don't know that. Betty, you act like you saw this kid. That you knew exactly what this kid was wearing. And that's why all you mofos think, all y'all mofos, even the mofos on TikTok, all y'all think that you were there. You witnessed all this firsthand. And y'all don't fucking know. You know, why don't you just go sit on TikTok all day like them other mofos do? That act like they know everything. Act like they were there when all this went down. That are actually saying that they're Sebastian's aunties. Not using air quotes there. That they're his family now. That Sebastian's mother does not care about him, but they do. Get the fuck out of here, all of you. Y'all make me so sick. You guys make me so sick. But I'm only going to sit up here and call you guys out, even though you make me sick.
therefore, in my opinion, he did not willingly walk out of the house. So what can I find that is going to support that?
Okay, so she doesn't think he willingly walked out of the house. Again, I'm standing 10 toes down until I'm told otherwise, until we're all told otherwise. By law enforcement, Betty. You ain't law enforcement. You are not TBI. You're not FBI. You're not CIA. Hell, you ain't even the National Guard. So, therefore, you don't know. Yeah, you can have your theories all you want, but you have to be very careful about your theories, about what you're putting out there, because they do have repercussions. But you don't care, do you? I mean, that's why you were in a lawsuit, right? Huh. I think so. Good Lord. WNC Granny, welcome to the ENW. I can't even pronounce my own initials. Like, what the hell? Ain't that some shit? I can't even pronounce my own initials. Welcome to Earth's New World Order Mafia, honey. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's good to have you, sweetie. Mr. Eve. What I tell you about doing bad stuff? Oh, you were out. Okay, you were doing bad things. Okay, I thought you were out doing some bad stuff. Don't do bad things, okay? No. You have to behave yourself. If I have to behave myself, you got to behave yourself. No wonder she's called the mouth of the South here in Manatee County. We just call her Grifter Griffin. You know what? I actually like that. That is so much better. Betty has tainted crab cakes for all. She said because she can't smell. Oh, Josh, come. Oh, I could have gone all day without you saying something like that. Josh. I'm almost certain Ellie has proof he walked out of the house, since that's what they're putting out. It's possible that there is footage we don't know about. Bingo. Oh, but Arctic, come on. Betty is Miss Know-It-All. She knows it all. We don't know shit. It's just blah, 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 blah. We have to follow her narrative, of course. Betty, you have no idea what the young person would do. You are not his mother. You are not a member of his peer group. You are not involved in his life. You don't know what he did. Absolutely, Wendy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Bobby the bird was flying bush to bush in the neighborhood. She, the barren crow of the hood. Oh, but wait a minute, Josh. We're going to get to the good part because Bullhorn here thinks she was, or not is, but she is, or was. Sorry, let me scratch that. Bullhorn here thinks she is hood. She thinks she is hood. Well, I'm going to correct her on that one because there's no way this woman is hood. And I bet you that she could not stay in the hood from, and I'm talking the most dangerous part of a neighborhood full of gang members that has the most highest crime rate in the entire United States of America for 3 days. If you can stay, if you can stake the claim that you're hood and you can stay in a neighborhood like that in the most dangerous part of a neighborhood, and we're talking full of gang members, well, if you can do that for 3 straight days, then maybe I'll reconsider thinking that you're hood. But if I'm telling you this one here, no. She'd be gone within a couple hours. She'd be out of there. She'd be running, screaming. There's no way she's hood. No. You're talking to somebody on this panel who was raised in the hood, as stated in the beginning. And I've stated that since I've been here. And that's why I get a little triggered up when people act and talk like they're hood, but they're not. Because they don't know what that life is like. They were never around that life. They don't know what those sounds are at night. They don't know what it's like being cooped up in that house all day, every day, for the majority of their livelihood. Or if you want to go outside, you have to stay right outside your front door. They don't know what that's like. So, yeah, there's no way she's hood. Well, she's already being sued. Well, she's suing another creator, but that creator countersued. And yeah, that's what's happening right now. That's why Burnt Toast is doing a very good job going over that lawsuit right now. Those Crow people should be thankful and pray something like this never happens to them. They will find out quick how Sebastian's parents feel when the tables turn on them. And I don't wish that on anybody. I really don't. I will never wish that on anybody, not even my worst enemy.
Information. Well, over and above what these people say about how he hates dirt, hates mud, hates anything, will not go outside, does not like playing outside, loves to swim, but not in anything other than pools and clean areas because, again, he doesn't like being dirty. Oh, by the way, he has an allergy to.
Okay, so, no, if you don't like getting dirty, okay, so what? Not most kids like to be dirty. They don't. Okay? I didn't care if I was dirty. I could roll around in the damn mud. But there's one thing about me that I did not like to be dirty, and that was my hands. I'm still like that today. And I'm 40. I could have mud from head to toe. Okay, I can be covered in it, but I don't want it on my hands. Could that be, it might be an OCD problem, but I don't think it is, but that's just me. Okay, it's just me.
Grass. I want to let everybody know this allergy to grass is not as serious as many people think it is. It's like a sneezing thing. You might get some red dots on you. Nothing that's going to cause like a major inflammation or a major like event that's going to need or require medical attention. It's an allergy. He's allergic to it. I'm dealing with allergies right now. My throat is a little sore this morning. My nose has been dunked up. It was from eating out there in that country, breathing in all that stuff without taking my allergy medication. Tomorrow I should be, hopefully, knock on wood, plastic, I'll be fine. And, but allergies are just that. They're allergies. They dunk you up. I don't think they really cause too much. There are some more significant allergies and adverse reactions that our bodies do have to stuff, but
Okay, look, I've got bad allergies. Like now, it's windy as fuck where I'm at. I step outside. What's the one thing that's going to happen? I'm going to be sneezing my brains out. Me and the trees do not like each other. We do not get along. Especially trees with yellow flowers on it. No, me and them yellow trees are going to get into a boxing match one of these days. And I'm going to take a saw to those trees with yellow flowers on them. Why? Because those are the one tree that really irritate my allergies. And they really make me sneeze the most. So yeah, we're going to get into a boxing match one of these days. So what if Sebastian has allergies? We all have allergies, Betty. It's the way of the world. It's part of being human. Unless you're a fucking dinosaur. Come on.
I don't think that's the case with the grass, just to clarify. But law enforcement didn't see Sebastian go out the front door. There was no dog hits at the front door. The dog hit and the track that it went was from around at the garage, and it followed from the garage around, not the front door around. That's going to be a major problem because.
You sure about that, Betty? You sure about that? You sure you don't want to retract that? You know what, Betty? Better yet, I'm gonna play that back one more time, and I'm gonna let Arctic here answer that. I'm gonna play it slow. I'll let Arctic answer that.
And adverse reactions that our bodies do have to stuff, but I don't think that's the case with the grass, just to clarify. But law enforcement didn't see Sebastian go out the front door. There was no dog hits at the front door. The dog hit and the track that it went was from around at the garage, and it followed from the garage around, not the front door around. That's going to be.
Arctic, what do you make of that? What do you make of that statement she just said? The dog didn't hit on the front door. It hit in the garage. See, it's just like with them two dumb bitches on Mother's Day. Do I need to say their names? I don't think I need to, because that stream was pretty unforgettable. I think I've reminded them enough of the bullshit that they spread and the bullshit that they said about Katie on Mother's Day, no less. But their theory was that Katie took Sebastian out of the garage, put him in a car. Actually, I scratched that. They switched cars. And that's what that dumb bitch, Lolly. Yeah, I'll drop her name. What the hell? Why not? People don't really remember Lolly's name, but they remember the other one. That's what she said. I still have the clips up here, but I'm not going to play them. You know why? Because they're triggering. And I've played them enough. I'm not going to trigger anybody else anymore. I won't do that to anybody. Think again, Betty. Be very, very sure about what you say. Be very sure.
be a major problem because I don't like the idea that the sick came from the garage. So that's where we are. Then Chris lets his guard down because one of the things that Katie said on the couch, well, one of her stories, the most recent story that I think they're kind of sticking with right now is that
Betty, I'm gonna tell you right now. I believe this man right here over you any fucking day of the year. But I digress. Continue on, Betty.
Katie told Sebastian to go to bed around 9 o'clock. She was on the couch, kind of dozing in and out, and around 9:43, she calls Chris, her husband, Chris Proudfoot, and they stay on the phone a significant amount of time. It sounds like while she was on the phone, a significant amount of
They stayed on for 3 hours to be exact, okay? 3 hours. And once again, there are people in this world that do stay on the phone with their significant other for 3 hours. I've done it, okay? I've done it. So is everybody else in this freaking world. And just because Betty doesn't have a significant other to stay on the phone with for 3 hours doesn't mean she has to knock everybody that does it or claim that nobody does it. Okay? Okay. But it does happen, all right? Get over it. Because he works out of town. He's not home all the time because of work. What is the big freaking deal about a woman being on the phone with her man for 3 hours? Really? What's the problem there? I see no problem with that. It happens. I mean, for fuck's sake. Even college students do it. Stay on the phone for 3 hours with their man. Even when they are right down the hall from each other, they stay on the phone for 3 hours. Come on. Just get on with that, Betty.
time. She was reading a chapter for school while carrying on the conversation with her husband and dozing off all at the same time. It is believed that she was dozed off around 10 p.m., only 16 minutes after she called her husband. 16 to 17 minutes after she called her husband, she's falling asleep on the couch, and he stays on the phone with her for a significant number of hours before he finally decides to scream through the phone.
No. Betty, I swear to God. Don't do it. Don't do it. I really don't want to have to go and find that timestamp of what was really said about that night, Betty. Don't force my fucking hand. Because that just veers off from what I have planned. I don't want to add another to the list.
Phone and wake her up off the couch, where she immediately proceeds to put the dogs away in their cage and head off to bed and go to sleep by 9 o'clock or by midnight. And she was asleep at midnight, obviously. So when did Sebastian leave and how did he leave? According to Chris and Katie, the whole entire house was locked. All their windows were locked. All their doors were locked. There was only two ways out, according to them, that Sebastian would have taken, but only one way that he is known to take religiously, and that is at the front door. The front door was not.
Dude, wait, Bear Cat, are you for real? Are you for real right now? Are they really? Dude, if that's for real, I want to come. I'm gonna fly down there. Fuck it, I'll drive. Shit, I like to drive. I don't like flying. Mainly, I don't like flying. I mean, I did say I'd book a flight to Tennessee if Bullhorn is gonna go to Tennessee. I sure did. I mentioned that numerous times in Clue's chat that I would book a flight. I know some people down there. I do owe them a visit anyway from December, in which I didn't make it because I got sick with strep throat. So I didn't get a chance to go. I had to cancel. So I do owe them a visit.
Fingerprinted, so there's no way to tell whether or not Sebastian went through that door, but the dogs did not hit at that door.
They
hit
pay.
At the garage.
I wonder how she sold her soul to the devil. You know
Chris
what?
relapsed, and accidentally said that Katie sleeps with the dogs.
I wonder that myself.
However, this
I
particular
think she
night,
has.
the weird thing of Katie putting the dogs in their kennel
In my
when they go in the
opinion.
kennel when he's out of town happened that night, which is another red flag for me. Chris, also in another interview, after being very calm, cool,
I'm
and
just
collected,
being
and very
honest,
comfortable in this
before he-
particular channel, he makes a fatal slip, and one of those is that Katie sleeps with the dogs. The other fatal.
No, that wasn't a fatal slip, Betty. It's not all the time that somebody sleeps with their dogs, sleep with them, or that their dogs are put in a kennel. Sometimes their dogs will sleep with them. Sometimes their dogs will be put up in a kennel. That's not a fatal slip. How in the hell is that a fatal slip? The hell is wrong? Girl, stop it. Stop it right now. Or I'm going to put you in the corner.
Being very comfortable on this particular channel, he makes a fatal slip, and one of those.
It's a fatal slip. Betty, in the corner for 5 minutes. Go. 5 minutes in the corner. Good Lord. All right, Chopper. I'm back. Nobody worried. Bullshit Betty did not get me. Okay. Not sure what exactly she's referring to, but heard her say, I've been on the road, so I haven't been able to get to it. What? She's been home ridden for months. She has, since this whole case. Even before this case, she's been home ridden. I mean, yeah, she's left the house, but she stayed within her state. She hasn't literally left her state. What? Car craps out on her. Makes threats that she's going to roll up on the Proudfoots and knock on their damn door. Like, what? Really? Come on. For real. I planned this a year ago, hoping it would be over by now. Right? Beer can. Yeah. If Bullshit Betty been around since Summer Walls, how the heck has nothing been done about her? I don't know, Chopper. I really don't. I have some theories of my own, but those are just my theories. My animals always sleep with us. They get more bed and blanket than we do. Right? I have stated before that when my dog sleeps with me, there are times where I will literally get kicked off my own bed and I'll end up in hers. But hey, that's fine by me. Her bed's more comfortable and it does fit a human being anyway. So, you know, whatever. Her bed's more comfortable. And anything for our dogs, okay? Anything for our dog. I will literally do what this dog tells me. Literally. This dog bosses me around anyway. So why not let her? You know? Your dogs, all your animals, those are your kids. But see, Betty here, she's getting a dog. For real, she's getting a dog.
Is that Katie sleeps with the dogs. The other fatal slip that he made on this particular, I don't know if it was the same creator. I have to think about it. It might have been the same creator. I don't know. I can't remember what creator. No, it was Smiley's World. It was on Smiley's World. But I did pull it off of a Spirit Seeker Squad because I like how she did it.
One, I don't like Smiley's World. I don't. I've made that very clear. That woman is nasty as they fucking come. I've made that clear. I have reviewed her. That woman she was throwing out some racial slurs against a woman named the Bolt. I don't even like the Bolt, but it wasn't right what Smiley was saying about her. No. But hey, don't think the Vault didn't come. Don't. It was actually the Vault that had some choice words for her. It was actually the Vault that started it, and then Smiley just clapped back. See, Smiley took it the wrong way, though. She took it the wrong way and threw out the slurs. So, yeah. I'll rephrase that. Smiley went the other route. But the Vault, yeah, it was the Vault that actually said some choice words to her first. And I said first. Now, I did review that because I thought that was funny. I thought that was funny. But see, I don't like the Vault. I don't. I don't know what her angle is. But she's on the accusatorial side. She's on only one side of the story. She ain't for both sides. And she's made some nasty fucking remarks about Katie and Chris. And she believes that Katie and Chris, mostly Katie, unalived Sebastian. So, yeah, I ain't got nothing for her. And if you're going to make that kind of claim, prove it. Prove it. But don't make that fucking claim unless you've got the fucking evidence for it, okay? Okay. Damn, nice pause job. She looked crazy right there.
But really, the credit goes to Smiley's World. Smiley World is a nice lady. I've met her. She's a doll.
No, she's not. I think you two, I think that's why y'all get along. Because you two are exactly like the same mentality. I digress.
all. You know, we agree on some cases we don't, but it's always been a very professional relationship between me and Smiley's world, and I do appreciate that. But this
Well, Betty, how do you feel about Smiley using Summer's name in a different case? I mean, it's been out there for God knows how long. People have done streams about it. Using Summer's name for her personal life. People have done I've watched 4 people do streams about it. And I will never understand why people use Summer's name. And what does Summer have to do with your personal life? I don't get it. I really don't.
This particular clip, Chris acknowledges that somebody would have been seen on that camera, yet Sebastian was not seen on that camera, leading us to believe even further and solidifying our belief that he did not walk out the door. So I just want you guys to hear this. Take it
Flippity flop Betty. Changing again. Okay, continue on.
for what you will. This is the clip, so you guys can hear it for yourself.
Had been in by the front door, punched in the code. Believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
And Betty realizes she's still on mute. Okay. Betty is just a dirty bloomer finger. She probably has. Josh B, really? Come on.
Was not seen on that camera, leading us to believe even further and solidifying our belief that he did not walk out the door. So I just want you guys to hear this. Take it for what you will.
I'm gonna slow this part down, so I want you guys to hear it clearly. Now, the person that in this video that she's about to play, I don't believe this woman either. Okay. And it has nothing to do with being biased or anything because of the panels that she's been on. I've watched her streams. I have nothing for her. I don't. I really don't have anything for her.
This is the clip, so you guys can hear it for yourself.
Had been in by the front door, punched in the code. Believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Now, it's stating that you would see a shadow or a figure. Chris did not say you would see Sebastian. Did he? Did he say that you would see Sebastian? Yes or no? Do I need to go back so we can listen to that part again? Or did Chris say that you would see a shadow or a figure? Did Chris say that you would see Sebastian? Or did he say you would see a shadow or a figure? I think we need to go back. Let's go back a couple seconds.
Take it for what you will. This is the clip, so you guys can hear it for yourself.
Had been in by the front door, punched in the code. Believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I.
Shadow or a figure. There's no mention that you would see Sebastian. So no, it was a shadow or figure that was mentioned by Chris. Continue on.
I would think.
She's so ridiculous.
Sorry, I didn't realize I'm muted. This is related to him coming into the house. So they're saying if somebody was trying to break into the house to get Sebastian out, it would have been picked up on the camera. Well, that applies with somebody going out the door as well, guys. So
No, it doesn't, Betty. It says punch in a code. You would think that a person trying to break in, that you would have to punch in a code, dum-dum. With that. I can't. Jesus. Hope she doesn't stay in her car that. Christ. When is she gonna wash up? I mean, tell me you're unrefined woman without telling me. Summer and every other missing child person case is the money honey for her. It is. But here's the thing though. These are pick and choose kind of cases for them, Wise Angel. Pick and choose kind of cases. What kind of case will bring in the money? Will generate the views, the subs. That's all it is. And I hate to say it. It's I think Savage said it better. And it was over a year ago. Year and a half ago, maybe. Almost 2 years ago. I was up on Shannon's channel. And I missed that stream too. Blonde hair, blue eyes. And I'm not saying that to be prejudicial or anything. That's just what it is. Blonde hair, it has to be a blonde haired or blue eyed kid. Because they bring in the most for them. It is sad. Even saying it like that breaks my heart. And again, I'm not saying it to be prejudicial or anything like that. Betty still harasses Sarah from Women's Voices of Southwest Florida for laughing at her absurd defense of puppy mills. Guess what? MAGA board approved puppy mills. I remember that, beer can. If Kitty decided to kick bullshit that his ass, I'll start a GoFundMe for her legal fees. I'll chip in. She defended them as she's one overgrown sick puppy herself. I just don't understand. How and why do these people think they are smarter than Ellie and actually accuse them of M? If any of this was true, do they not think Ellie would arrest someone? Right, B? I agree. I mean, a lot of people have to look at the Quentin Simon case. Bullhorn was hell-bent on law enforcement and arresting Leilani Simon. Because she was named as a prime suspect, that was, to her, an automatic arrest. Right then and there. Automatic arrest. Because they didn't do that, look at the chaos she caused in that neighborhood. She called it a peaceful protest. No, it was a riot. Hey, Center, how you doing, hon? Hope you're doing well. Sebastian was wearing all black in pitch black darkness with cameras 40 to 60 feet away. Sebastian wouldn't have been seen on camera. We're talking ring cameras, not the humble fucking telescope. Thank you. But Bullhorn, this is Bullhorn we're talking about. But see, in this clip right here, it was what Chris said. A shadow or a figure. But Chris didn't say, you would have seen Sebastian.
So let's finish listening.
Yeah, based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
Marine camera from across the street. And
so now you know from Chris's own voice, his own statement, his own truth, that if somebody is trying to get into their house, they're going to be seen on that Ring doorbell camera.
He said shadow or figure. Does she not know what the difference is between a shadow figure compared to a person actually being on a camera? On camera. Does she not know the difference between that? I mean, can we talk about that? Hey, Tracy Thompson, welcome in, honey. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. What the entire fucking hell? Betty! Betty! Love the pause. I love the pause job. That's great. It's beautiful. It helps me with anxiety, save confidence. Oh. Now she's speaking with her mouth full of food. At the very least, turn your cam off or put up a ticker card. Right? She does this all the time. She's always eating. Like the hell. Let's just continue on. We're halfway done with this.
The same applies. It's not different whether you go walk into a house or walk out of the house. The movement is what triggers the Ring doorbell to start activating. The movement. The door opening and just that radiant light coming out is enough to trigger the Ring doorbell camera from across the street. So there's none that identifies Sebastian walking out that front door. No dog hit at that.
It's on her. The slowness in the video, that's on her and not mine.
That front door. You guys understanding? So that's why I don't believe that he walked out the door. It's literally because of the statements of the parents and only the parents that lead me to believe he did not willingly walk out the door. I think their fatal flaw was forgetting to put his shoes on, because whatever happened did happen at night when everybody was most likely in their nightly routine, if you will. So now we learn from Miss Bobby from over there.
Here we go.
The community. Let me find Terry Lynn. Terry Lynn is doing searches, and we'll go over there once we're wrapped up here. So Miss Bobby tells us about, we knew about the lights. We had seen the lights for a while. We were very interested in hearing about the lights on the outside and the path that they went. We were very surprised to learn that.
Okay. Like I said, this neighbor, bullshit story. Bullshit story. And do I believe she talked to these neighbors? No. I don't. And I don't think these neighbors are going to talk to a nosy Nelly. A woman who's just fucking flat out nosy. I've stated before, I'm nosy as fuck. I fully admit that. But I would not be like this woman, Bobby here. I would not be that nosy. Why? Because that's none of my fucking business. And plus, I wouldn't get in the middle of something like this. Okay? No. I'm not going to get in the middle of an investigation in a neighborhood. A neighborhood, mind you, that I don't live on. A street that I don't live on. So, yeah, hello. Sorry, that was my dog shaking her head. Because she's agreeing with me. She's agreeing that I am nosy. That is true. I am nosy. And her story has no merit to it whatsoever. It's not founded. So after this is over, I'm going to play another clip from this morning from Truth Not Feelings when he went live about it. And I will believe Truth Not Feelings. Okay, I will believe him. Because he's been a part of this case every step of the way.
Those lights that Nick Barris brought to us actually went to a parked car. A parked car, which obviously had some type of, I think somebody hit the clicker.
And once again, I don't believe a damn word Nick Barris says. Not a damn thing. No. And none of his shit can be founded either. And I'll stand 10 toes down on that.
I think that's what happened. Somebody hit the clicker and it made the lights come on the property. Give me a second, guys. I got to find, there it is. It's at 7. Okay, give me just a second. Okay, so we're going to, okay. So 1747, I'm going to start right here. We're going to listen to this. This is Miss Bobby. This is going to take us into kind of our next slides. I'm going to start showing you the light sources. I'm sourcing all of this information for you. This stuff is coming from credible places and people we know that have knowledge, and we know where the footage came from.
Oh my God, you
No,
guys.
it's absolutely, without a doubt, it was
Purple. Really, you guys?
on camera,
Sorry.
confirmed
It's-
without a doubt. It was
Okay, I have some issue with Terry Lynn about how she's conducting this. If you guys listen carefully, I'll slow it down. Oh, it's already slowed down. Okay. It's just how it's Terry Lynn's mannerisms as she's conducting this interview. I'm a little creeped out over it. Over just Terry Lynn. Over her. Just listen to her. Some of you have already watched this, some of you haven't. But just listen to her. I get like the creepy vibe, like the weirdo type vibe, the way she's talking. Okay, just listen.
absolutely 2 flashlights. It was not. Absolutely, I will not. His
There.
temper is a little bit, you know, I mean, they're going through a lot too. Whatever happened to him, I don't know. I don't understand. None of us understand. I'm not going to speculate. I will not do that. That is not my place.
No, leave that to me.
That's not my job.
Just leave it to me. I'll do it for you. Do you know anything about a car?
I mean, all.
Car.
Oh yeah, well that was part of what I talked about on.
I haven't listened to it yet.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Leave what to her? Leave what to what? Hold on. Am I missing something here? I'm gonna slow that down for a second. I gotta hear that one more time.
I will not. His
There.
temper is a little bit, you know, I mean, they're going through a lot too. Whatever happened to him, I don't know. I don't understand. None of us understand. I'm not going to speculate. I will not do that. That is not my place.
No, leave that to me.
That's not my job.
Just leave it to me.
Okay, Bobby says she's not gonna speculate, and then Terry says, no, leave that to me. Leave. So what, Terry, are you gonna speculate for her? Well, that's no surprise, actually, to be honest. I mean, all y'all fucking speculate, but your speculations run fucking rampant. But I digress. Continue on. Hey, Headstones, honey, how you doing, baby?
I'll do it for you. Do you know anything about a car?
I mean, all.
Car.
Oh yeah, well that was part of what I talked about on.
I haven't listened to it yet.
Okay. There was absolutely.
So she hasn't listened to the other interview, which was on JLR, because this is only the second interview that Bobby's been on, from what I understand. Okay, I've only watched the one with JLR. I actually sat and watched. I wasn't paying attention to JLR. I was only paying attention to this one here. But then you hear Terry here. She says she didn't even watch. Why not? See, here's the thing here. I'm gonna give you all a tidbit of advice. When you're gonna interview someone like Bobby, who's already been on one panel and told a story, and you're gonna have her up on your panel, you're gonna want to watch that person on the first panel that they were just on. You're gonna want to listen to their story. You may want to take notes, just in case their story kind of just decides to take a shift and takes a left and maybe changes a bit. You may want to just take notes just in case. That way you can call them out on it. Just a suggestion for anybody who does these kind of interviews for the future. It's exactly what Terry Lynn should have fucking done. But I guess not.
For sure. Absolutely, without a shadow of doubt. It's on like a neighbor's camera. There was a car on our road, on my road.
Right.
There was a car. I don't know anything about the car. I don't know. Nobody ever told me.
Correct.
Or anything like that. But there was a car on my road around 3:30, 4 o'clock-ish in the morning. It drove down my road. It turned right onto Stafford. It set on Stafford for about 5 minutes or so. 2 flashlights came up to the car.
Oh, God.
Walked across yards and absolutely without.
Do you hear her? You hear Terry, the way she's acting in this? I get the like creepy vibe. I'm sorry. I just do. I got that way. I just got that feeling when I watched this. It's the moaning and groaning. Like, what the hell are you doing? For real. Like, are you bored or something? Were you bored during this, Terry? My goodness.
Without a doubt, it was 2 flashlights. The neighbor that has it on camera confirmed without a doubt it was absolutely 2 flashlights. It was not, and I repeat, it was not.
Absolutely.
Do I need to do it again? It was not the trash truck.
I knew it wasn't.
Absolutely, without a doubt, not a trash truck.
I
The
told
neighbor
y'all.
that had the camera
Oh,
talked to me.
So, okay. According to Bobby here, it wasn't a trash truck, but Seth confirmed it though. But hey, I guess that makes Seth a liar, right? Am I wrong, Arctic? Does that make Seth a liar? Because Bobby here says it wasn't a trash truck, but Seth confirmed it was. Does that make Seth a liar?
Personally and said, I'm telling you right now, there was a car there. It pulled back onto Kellen and then drove down Kellen to leave. She has it on camera.
Oh my God.
The flashlights were seen going through the yard.
Wise Angel, I am so very sorry about the loss of your friend's son. I extend my deepest condolences to your friend's son. I am so sorry. My prayers go out to your friends. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right words. I am deeply and truly sorry for your friend's son. My prayers go out to your friend. Can we put some prayer hands in the chat for Wise Angel's friend? Please? I would appreciate it, guys.
Trash trucks don't go through the yard.
That's what I said.
So you guys are getting the gist, okay? You guys are getting the gist of what I'm saying. These were light phenomenons. But what she also said is on a different content creator that interviewed her is talking about the neighbors that are across the street from the Proudfoots and the light phenomenons that went on because there was some question about the lights. You know, we've been hearing about the lights turning off at 9:30. We've heard a lot of different stories when it came to the lights that night. And it was nice to finally get honed in on some information. And basically what she said, and you guys can go over there, I'm not going to say the content creator's name. Apparently I'm a security threat for showing up to news.
Betty, are you admitting you're a security threat? What? Did I hear that right? Is there some truth to that, Betty?
Honed in on some information. And basically what she said, and you guys can go over there, I'm not going to say the content creator's name. Apparently I'm a security threat.
She means JLR. I thought so. Yeah. Okay.
For showing up to news. I'm sorry. Little old me. Oh, please.
Bullhorn. You stalked JLR. At least that was on his mind. You stalked him. But hey, continue on with your fucking shenanigans. I mean, that's on you, not him. Yep, headstones. That'll be Terry Lynn. Major tragedy pimp. Has done nothing but grift off this case since the start. Look, I'll give her one thing. She has looked. She has done some searching. Yeah, I'll give her that much. But after that, what has she been doing? Sitting in parking lots. Sometimes the same parking lot at that. Driving around, same area. At 1 or 2 o'clock in the damn morning. Like the hell. I feel like if bullshit Betty was to cover the facts on a case, that hell might freeze a chopper. I fully agree. It would. hell would definitely freeze over. I guess that's one of the reasons Ellie talked to Bobby. Right. Right, Granny? That is true, and we're going to go over that in just a moment. I mean, it means Bobby is saying Seth's a liar. Yeah, because it's already been confirmed. Okay, so let's pull up Truth, Not Feelings. His link's already been dropped in the chat by Wendy. Thank you, Wendy. I appreciate that. But first, now this was updated 2 hours ago. No, 41 minutes ago, actually. It is an update on what was found at St. Jude's. So let's pull it up and let's read. Let me take this comment down. All right. 41 minutes ago, Memphis police were called to St. Jude's campus Tuesday morning. Police say a bone was found and officers were called to investigate. The medical examiner was brought in to determine if the bone is human. St. Jude released the following statement on the find. Crews performing routine excavation work Monday on the site of a future parking garage discovered possible human remains. Now, I say possible, meaning they don't know. It still has to be determined. As of now, it's undetermined. Unearthed a concrete slab of a former city of Memphis facility built in 1933. So we're talking 1933, guys. Y'all can do the math how long that's been. 1933 to 2024. Way before any of us were born, I'll tell you that much. Anyway, the site, which had been owned and used by the city from 1895. Yeah, okay, that's definitely way before we were born. Until ALSAC purchased it in 2018, was first used as city staples and then as a garage that housed fueling. Let me pull that up a little bit closer because I'm on the StreamYard side. Okay, that's better. All right, here we go. That's much better. Now, okay. Then as a garage that housed fueling, repair, and storage for vehicles and heavy equipment fleets. The site is adjacent to Winchester Park, which was formerly Winchester Cemetery. The cemetery was closed and relocated in the late 1800s. Late 1800s. So, y'all take a gander at that. Since the property was purchased, ALSAC and St. Jude have worked to improve it by completing significant environmental. Wait a minute. She's not going live again, is she? Oh, please, God, tell me she ain't going live again. I swear to God. Hold it. Make sure she ain't going live again. I just got a DM about it. No, phew. Okay, no. Okay. Good golly, Miss Molly. She's not. She knows how to get. Yeah, she does headstones. You are absolutely right. All right, including removal of 2 large underground fuel tanks. Damn. Damn, they're really digging, aren't they? And the demolition of 7 buildings on site. As part of due diligence, we had already engaged with a professional archaeologist firm. Everybody knows what an archaeologist is. Or architectural, sorry. Okay, archaeological Sorry, my bad. I'm fucking up words right now. Which was on site monitoring the site work. The proper authorities have been contacted to ensure that potentially century-old remains, potentially. And once again, it's still undetermined, again, if this is a human remain. And I think they should have just used human remain, not human remains, but I guess human remains is the proper term for it. I mean, that's just me, though. But soon, just real soon, we'll see how Betty starts reacting to it. I mean, she was acting as if her ass was like literally on fire. Potentially century-old remains are handled properly and treated with the utmost care. And that is true. You have to treat them with utmost care. St. Jude Children's Hospital, okay. There is evidence that may lead to the bone belonging to a former burial ground at the location. Former burial ground. Right there. That right there should be the key sentence right here. But that's just me. Because at the end of the day, they have to determine if it's human or if, let's say, an animal bone. But this is Memphis we're talking about. Memphis has a huge crime rate. And we're going to look that up in just a bit, though, because I'm telling you, Betty ain't hood, okay? She's not hood, as she claims that she is. The new Winchester burial ground was established at the site in 1828. Again, damn. Okay. It remained the city cemetery until 1847, but quickly deteriorated. Police are not investigating as a homicide at this time. You see that? So not only does this should be the key sentence, there is evidence that may lead to the bone belonging to a former burial ground at the location. That should be the key sentence. That right there. And so should this. Police are not investigating as a homicide at this time. That should also be a key sentence right there. So, I'm going to say that the bone that they found, if it turns out to be a human bone, it's been there for, I don't know, about 150 years. And I said if, and that's a big fucking if. But it's not what, I mean, for real. Now, she said that Seth Rogers was en route to this. Why would he be en route to something like this when it was just a simple bone that was undetermined to be human or not? Undetermined. Betty doesn't even know what the term undetermined is. I know she's got dictionaries in her house. She should look that word up. Okay, so she's not going live. We're good. Now let's get the truth. And let's hear what he has to say about the babysitter, the neighbor. All right, I'm getting discombobulated here. I won't play all of this. I only recorded about 16 to 17 minutes of this, but we'll play just a little bit. That way you guys can latch on to what is going on with this, the neighbor, because I just woke up to this morning, so this was a bit of a shock to me. So y'all go sub up the Truth Not Feelings. He's awesome. He's cool. And Brittany J, I'm gonna tell you right now, you ever bring up Truth Not Feelings' wife again, I will drag you for filth. He don't even talk about you. And the roosters that was sent into your stream, that was for shits and giggles. That didn't mean anything. That didn't mean that it was a hatred type thing. It was for fun. He's done that with a lot of channels. Hell, he's done it to my channel 3 times. Sent people in here to drop roosters in my chat. But I ain't get pissed off about it like you did and fucking rage quit and had to turn my subscriber mode on for an hour like a little baby and fucking cry about it. But don't ever bring up his wife again. She ain't got nothing to do with this online world. But again, you bring up his wife, I will drag you for filth. Leave his wife alone. He ain't talk about you. He ain't bringing up your man or anybody. He ain't done shit. Got it? Good. I fucking hope you got it. And I hope I made myself fucking clear.
We've had neighbors come out. We've had friend of Katie come out. We've had audio that appeared out of midair. You know what I'm saying? We have psychics and mediums hearing voices in cameras that don't have audio. You know, we have neighbors who are saying XYZ, DDQ. You know, and you know the one thing we don't have, the one important thing we don't have is we don't have news that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has made it home yet safely, or at all. So with all the talking and all the bullshit and all that he said, she said, they did, they don't do. You know, it's just that. And
that is true. One thing that we don't have is this young man home. We don't have him home here. And this is the one person that we want home. And we also want answers to what happened to him. But when law enforcement conducts their investigation into it, we just have to sit here and wait patiently. But it also doesn't mean that all y'all tragedy pimps out there, all you mofos, that doesn't mean y'all get to make up fucking lies and bullshit theories and spread misinformation about what happened to him and call his mom all kinds of names and shit and accuse her of doing this, that, and the other to him and go on and accuse Chris of this, that, and the other to him. That doesn't mean y'all get to do that. And parade Seth on this platform as the Father of the Year. Sorry, not sorry, but he is not Father of the Year. He has caused so much shit on this platform that y'all are just so blind to even fucking see it. And there's so much fucking proof. How many times the story's changed. How often he gets his child. When he only gets his child 4 times a month. And he wants to make up bullshit and send out cease and desist and gets to pick and choose who gets to cover his son's case. Really? I don't even... Don and Candace, they didn't even send out cease and desist. They didn't even do this shit. And not many people like Don and Candace. Even sometimes I wish they did send out cease and desist to those that actually did the most fucking damage to that case. To Summer's case. Sometimes I wish they did.
the creators on this fucking YouTube street are definitely showing their true colors, beyond true colors. You know, I believe that there's some people that just hate facts. They just hate them. Like, without fail, no matter what happens.
I will agree, they do not like facts. Brittany J's one of them. She don't like the facts. And she hates it when she's called out for her misinformation. She does. Oh, and yeah. She calls Cluminati a big troll. Cluminati is not a troll, Brittany. Okay? And she's not in everyone's chat. Define everyone. She's in the same chats that I'm in. And that's not a lot of chats. I'm mostly a bushwatcher. I hide in the bushes. It's better that way. I pick and choose which chats I decide to chat in. But Clue is not a troll. I'm a troll, but I'm the good troll. But I'll also call you out on your bullshit, even if I got to do it in your chat. But see, you just block on sight. when someone calls you out for something as simple as whatever it is, it doesn't matter what it is, you block on sight. You don't even give somebody a chance to even say anything. You don't even give a person a chance to answer your question. It's boom, block. Real mature. Real mature.
Because you can tell the sky is blue and the ocean is blue, and they're going to tell you the sky is orange and the ocean is lavender. You know? So I think it's really important that law enforcement come forward pretty soon and give some sort of public address. You know, that's just kind of where I'm at right now. You know? But everybody has seen the interview with the neighbors, am I correct?
Yep.
Or the neighbor.
I have.
You know, the one that lives on another street, but is somehow knowledgeable of everything that the Proudfoots do, all those.
If you've seen the neighbor, the interview with the, I'm just going to say, and I use air quotes here, so-called neighbor, put a 1 in the chat. If you haven't, put a 2 in the chat.
She's only met him once, and that was after Sebastian went missing. Y'all know who I'm talking about? Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Just want to make sure that we all understand what we're talking about, right? The one that gave the interviews that came out of nowhere. I think her name is Bobby. Yeah, Bobby.
Oh, Miss Jones, I'm glad you're here too.
There are some questions going around right now, ma'am. There are not only some questions, but word on the street is you might be looking at a little bit of investigation.
Right?
Maybe a lot of an investigation.
Exactly, B. That's what they do. They're giving them likes. I mean, for the love of fuck's sake. Likes. I mean, oh, but it's a catastrophe, huh? It's such a catastrophe to have those roosters in our chat. Oh, get the fuck over it. I mean, hell, they were just coming in, the Savages, this morning. But did Savage have a freak out? No. You know what we were doing? We were getting them with the fire emojis. That's what we were doing. We were having fun too. It was awesome. We do it all the time. But goodness gracious. Let's act like little babies, shall we? Brittany J, you need a bottle? I'm pretty sure one of your panel guests will get you your bottle for you.
See, what you can't do is you can't come out and lie on law enforcement. That's what you can't do. Okay? You can't come out and say things about a case that either A, aren't factual.
I'm done.
B,
I'm done. I'm done with you, Arctic. I'm so done with you. I'm so done with you, Arctic. I can't. I cannot.
Enforcement is not going to back you up on. I got an email late last night, and I didn't get to the email till this morning. And the email comes from somebody that is involved in the case.
Yes, he does, Headstone. I truly agree.
And the email pointed out something very interesting that I had asked of my chat a couple days ago. And the question that I had asked was, Bobby made the comment that her 2 kids under the age of 18, I think they're 16 or 17, were with.
Let me slow this part down a little bit. I'm going to put this on normal speed because I did record this on 1.5. But I want you guys to listen to this because this is very, very important. Because if you guys did not see this, I suggest going over to JLR's to watch this interview. And I would only recommend just watching it from JLR. And only JLR's. Because it's the actual interview that she did with him. It was the first one. And just listen to everything. And I mean, listen closely to everything that she says.
A couple days ago. And the question that I had asked was, Bobby made the comment that her 2 kids under the age of 18, I think they're 16 or 17, were with the canine when the canine tracked to the pond, the retention pond, and then jumped into the water. She states that her kids saw that. Well, there's a little bit of a problem with that. Well, there's a major problem with that, right? First thing is, it would be 100% against operation and standards and procedure to allow a child, let alone another human not associated with the search, to tag along with a canine in an active track. Now, mind you, she gives a timeline in this interview of how this happens, right? But if you go and you listen to her timeline and then you listen to the police communication, they don't coincide. As a matter of fact, there are parts within the the police audio that would prove different. That would prove that there was nobody with Max the dog other than the dog handler at the time of the radio communication, which is when they were at the pond.
I'm back. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Okay, StreamYard has been having some issues lately. It has. That is no lie. It has. I'm here. I'm here. I promise. Sorry. Sorry. Can you guys hear me okay? Let me know if you guys can hear me. Okay, you guys can hear me. All right. Sorry. Like I said, StreamYard has been having some issues lately. They have. I'm not kidding. I guess I may have to reactivate my restream just in case. All right. Let me go back a bit. All right, here we go. No, before I get kicked off, what I was trying to say is I wonder why Betty isn't listening to the dispatch, why she's lagging. I don't, because I've been watching Betty since this case has started, and she has yet to even listen to it. I'm just curious. What is she afraid to hear in that dispatch? Just out of curiosity.
To tag along with the canine in an active track. Now, mind you, he gives a timeline in this interview of how this happens, right? But if you go and you listen to her timeline and then you listen to the police communication, they don't coincide. As a matter of fact, there are parts within the the police audio that would prove different. That would prove that there was nobody with Max the dog other than the dog handler at the time of the radio communication, which is when they were at the bond. Okay. So in this email that I received, there has been communication with Max's handler, and we are waiting on one thing to come back, right? But what I can tell you is that if in fact someone goes public and lies about something that would cause an interference with the case, then that within itself can be deemed criminal. My understanding is that Bobby has been contacted by Ellie again. This is just my understanding. And that she has been told essentially to cease interviews and things like that. I got another email late yesterday afternoon that confirmed some things that were talked about on these YouTube streets. The friends that Bobby has and has been shown, supposedly, allegedly, would suggest that there is a group of people behind the scenes who are pushing a narrative exterior to what Tony is pushing, if that makes sense.
Does that make sense to you guys? Let me play that one more time. Listen very carefully.
Has been shown, supposedly, the friends that Bobby has and has been shown, supposedly, allegedly, would suggest that there is a group of people behind the scenes who are pushing a narrative exterior to what Tony is pushing, if that makes sense.
Okay. So once again, does that make sense? Because it makes perfect sense to me. And Betty has stated before that she doesn't do shady shit behind the scenes. But we all know she does. So, yeah. Because there are plenty of recordings between Savage and I that Tony has lied numerous times. Sure has. All y'all can go see it. They're up on Savage's. Because see, Savage started recording way before I did.
So I think in the next 7 to 10 days, we're going to see some developments when it comes to Bobby and her interview. And I do believe that we're going to see some people held responsible for some of this misinformation. When you start creating evidence that interferes with an investigation, whether it be audio that goes with sound or saying that you were somewhere that you're not supposed to be, right? So there's a level of concern in my understanding that there are people that are inserting themselves and not for the better of Sebastian. Okay. So it's very interesting to me, very, very interesting to me that we're at a place where people are taking the risk of their financial status, of their safety. And it also puts somewhat of a shroud upon your head when you come public and you make all these statements and then you go and you contact Google and you have your house blurred out because you don't want anybody to know where you live. But yet you've given everybody the play-by-play of exactly where you live. That seems odd to me. If you go through that neighborhood on Google, the Proudfoot home is not blurred out. None of these other homes are blurred out. But that house is, and one other house is down the way, the one that's directly behind the Proudfoot's home. So I'm curious to see over the next week or two what will come from this little bit of information that I received, and kind of how that unfolds. I think that when you come out onto a platform and you speak such egregious things, you become an interesting focal point, and I think people have to look into that.
And I absolutely agree with it. Because if people remember the Idaho 4, the police have come out about people and the social media world. So if you go back to the Idaho 4 and pull up the news clip on that, I'm wondering if Ellie's gonna come out and say something about what's been going on social media. I sure fucking hope they do. But I don't know. That's just my thought, just listening to what Truth said. But there's his full stream right here. You guys go finish up. If you guys haven't watched it today, I highly recommend going to finish it. Brings up some more good, better vocal points. Purple haze. No. So let's get into Betty's third stream. The one that she recorded earlier. And we're going to try to get through it because Savage is going live in 80 minutes. So I want to get through that. So let me go grab it. Okay. Okay. Here we are. You guys are going to love this. Hey, Daphne. All right. You guys are going to love this little. I suggest taking a screenshot of this. It's funny as fuck. I love that. That is so fucking great. That little shot right there. Screenshot that. Now, Betty has been taking down her chat lately. She's been turning off the chat. But this time I got it. However, she was already live about this. So I had to go back and start from the beginning. And I had it on 1.5. But she wasn't on that long. So I got pretty well caught up. So thankfully, it has her chat up. $19.97 printer. All right, here we go, guys. The moment we've all been waiting for.
That there is a potential of
Let me put it on. Let me speed it up a little bit.
Remains being found by St Jude. Here, St Jude. I'm just finding out about this. I had to leave. I had to go get some things.
Oh, shit, I got it way too fast. Hold on. Damn. Oops, sorry, my bad, guys.
That there is a potential of remains being found by St Jude. Here, St Jude. I'm just finding out about this. I had to leave. I had to go get some things. I had to run some errands and get some lunch. Oh, shit. It's awful. Sorry about that. I'll have to fix you guys whenever I get back home. But for now, this is where we're at. So I'm just learning about this right now. I'm trying to get home to see what is going on. Is any good gracious? Okay.
Do you guys understand now why I worry about her driving and streaming? Do you guys understand? Despite how much I despise this woman, I don't want anything to happen to her while she's driving and streaming. I mean, look at the way she's at. Look at this. Look at what's going on here. This woman will never fucking learn.
There we go. One way or another, I'm gonna get to work. Okay, guys, I'm back. So if anybody's got some information, I'm trying to get home right now, so we can figure out what the heck is going on.
There is no information. We just read what the update
It sounds like
was.
Seth is en route to the area, from what I'm hearing. My phone mounts are not working for me today. Hey guys.
And why would he be en route? And for what? See, even my girl held to the note was in there. See, Betty, stop the clickbait if that was your child. See, my girl held to the note. Beautiful person. Beautiful. I love her dearly.
Somebody needs to tell me what's going on. I'm hearing there's remains found by St. Jude's. I'm out. I didn't hear about it before I left. I wanted to redo something for my house, so I came out here to get some stuff for my bedroom. So it sounds like there's something. I just checked it. It is confirmed. There are human remains over by St. Jude's in Memphis.
It was a bone, Betty. Bone. B-O-N-E. There's no S attached to the end of bone. Okay? It was just one single bone. There was not multiple. Okay? Okay. Let's continue.
Seth is en route right now. Over there. I'm out. I'm trying.
Now, listen. Listen to this, okay? Don't you think Ellie had already contacted him? Meaning Seth Rogers. Don't you think Ellie possibly contacted Katie and Chris about it? Don't you guys think that they've already contacted? Why would Seth Rogers be en route for a single bone? And don't you think if they would have called Seth, Katie, and Chris and told them they found a human remains and told them say if law enforcement said we found a bone, don't you think they would have described what that construction site was being used for? Like how long it's been there, how many years it's been there? Don't you think they would have described all that? I think they would. I don't know. I'm not law enforcement, but I would imagine. I mean, you know.
Get home, and of course, I've got freaking traffic everywhere. It's a freaking nightmare out here. Like every time I'm never leaving the freaking house. Listen, asshole, you're gonna wait.
Did you hear that? She never leaves the house, which is why she has not left the house to go to Tennessee, like she's claiming that she's going to. That she's gonna roll up on the prophets and knock at the door because she wants answers. She has yet to do that. She was supposed to leave Friday, the 14th. Still hasn't done that. She's gonna go in a couple weeks. She extended it. It's gonna be a couple weeks from now.
Okay. All right, so we're en route back to the house. I'm trying to find out what's happening. I did read that there were some remains that were found there about 3 hours ago. We've noticed that Chris and Katie have been silent.
All right, Wendy, go ahead, babe. You be safe, okay? I will keep you in my prayers, okay? You be safe. I mean it. Be safe. I'll take care of it from here, okay? Thanks for being here, babe. I appreciate your help, honey.
I don't, everybody's assuming that it's because Faith is in town. I don't know.
Betty, stop bringing up that little girl's name. No, you and them fucking TikTokers over there keep bringing up that little girl's name all the fucking time. That little girl has fuck all to do with any of this. So why in the world do you guys constantly talk about that girl? I mean, your chat will bring her up, but she has no bearing on this whatsoever. She isn't innocent in all of this. But you got them fucking TikTokers over there that fucking idolize you for whatever reason. I don't know. But I call them fucking weirdos because that little girl is all they fucking talk about these days. Y'all need to quit bringing her name up. Leave her alone. She's a child. For God's sake, leave her name out of your mouths.
But this could be very damaging. This is right in our area. So I don't know. Oh, let me get this. Hey guys, I don't know if I am. I'm out. My phone started blowing up. The remains that were just found just about an hour or so ago over in Memphis at the St Jude's hospital. I heard Seth is en route over there right now. I didn't hear from him. I heard from my mods. So I was in the middle of getting Burger King, and
but of course her mods never lie. Okay, let's put that out there. Her mods never lie. They are always telling the truth. Get the fuck out of here.
once I collected my food, I pulled right over into a parking spot and came live. I was just reading it, but my head's so spinning. I don't even know what the hell I just read. I read a whole bunch of nothing. Like there's remains by the hospital, and my brain just went blank. And so I came straight here.
Because that's what her mind went blank. So in her mind, there's Sebastian. In my opinion. I mean, why else would she be rushing home right now like her ass was on fire? I mean, for real. Let's be for real here. Why is she rushing home? Look at her title. Breaking. Sebastian Rogers. Human remains. St. Jude's, Tennessee. Think about it. She's rushing right home as if those remains are going to turn out to be Sebastian's. They're not. That we just read about it. We already know how old that area is. Okay, and it's a bone. They could have been there for a year. They could have been there for a year. They could have been there for 5 years. Hell, they could have been there for 140 years. I'm just throwing the number out there. But that's how long they could have been out there. You know what? Let's see something real quick. Let's calculate. Let me pull up the calculator. So we're talking 18, let's say 1845 minus 2024. That's 179 years. That bone could have been there for that long. You never know. If, and that's a big if, that was a human bone. And that's like I say, big if it was a human bone. But we don't know. Do we? No, we don't. So, therefore, it's undetermined. We have to wait. Just like everybody else. Betty, we have to wait. Oh my God, I love that pause job. That pause job's awesome. She's like, what? We have to wait? Yeah, we got to wait like every other normal person here, Betty.
So I'm trying to get home. Just bear with me. I'm not speeding or anything, so don't worry about that. But I am.
Hey, just on.
Stop before the stop sign. I literally stepped out. I haven't even been out of the house for 5 minutes. But I've been reviewing all different cases. Like
Chopper. That's a trick game. That's a trick game. You know how wasted we'd be if we played that game? Come on. Give us something more challenging.
I've been going and reading about Buster Murdoch. I was doing today to get acquainted with all of our cases that we let kind of go to the wayside. And I didn't, before I walked out of the house, I did do a check on Sebastian's case. But I don't know if I would have if somebody would have said I wasn't looking for that. I've been doing research on St. Jude's literally for 2 days, and I haven't done a stitch. I haven't let St. Jude stitch my search engine all day today yet. Which just so I'm trying to get there. Just bear with me, guys. I'm trying to get.
So she doesn't know how long that area has been up. She doesn't know how old it is.
But it sounds like there's human remains, and I'm
right.
That's right now. I'm praying to God. It's not
I'll
like
bet they're from an cemetery. Exactly.
I'm
that's
mixed
what my
emotions
thought is
like
as well.
I'm mixed emotions. I don't want it to be Sebastian, but I also know that the father and the public needs some type of closure here. And we know what we know. I mean, we can sit here and act like these pieces ain't.
Betty, it's your words. And this is what I'm saying here. Okay? I'm saying this is her words. And I quote, I know what I know, and I know what I know. Those are her words. And see, I agree with Hell to the No. She's asking politely in Betty's chat, please change the thumbnail. She was asking politely. Now, I did upload the thumbnail. I did. Let me see. Is it in my phone? It is, but the thumbnail's different. It just has her logo on it. It's her title, though.
You know, we have a lot of case channels that are trying to play Houdini with your mind and say these pieces don't fit together, but they fit together like a glove. And the bottom line is this child was in that house home alone with Katie and no one else. This child mysteriously vanished in Katie's custody, and there's no proof he even left the home. To me,
so there's no proof. Well, how about trying this one on for size, Betty? All the doors in the house, Sebastian couldn't get out of, but he can get out of the front door. Chris has stated that. It's on Duchess's interview. And you tore apart Duchess's interview, so you would have heard that. Duh. But I digress. But go on, Betty. You know what you know, and you know what you know. Right? You know everything. We know nothing. Right? Okay. Go on. Go on, girl. Do your thing.
if we were talking about a boyfriend and a girlfriend situation, we wouldn't be having any arguments on these streets. But because a mom and a son, we have arguments on these streets. Katie and Chris are abusive. We all know they are. What would in our right mind actually think that they gave a crap about this kid in life when you see how they talk about this child when he's not around?
Exactly. How do they talk about him when he's not around? Betty. Enlighten us, Betty. How do Katie and Chris talk about Sebastian, Betty? Since you know what you know, you know what you know. How do you know how they talk about him when he's not around? Huh? Enlighten us. You're the fucking smart one here, Betty, right? You're the smart one. We know shit, right? Well, I can enlighten you, Betty, because I have heard their interviews. I've actually gone back to rewatch all their interviews, Betty. And I can simply tell you, Betty, you don't know shit. Why? Because they're already guilty in your eyes. They've been guilty in your eyes, Betty. You've made that quite clear as it is. So, why don't you go back and rewatch all of their interviews and pinpoint all the things that they have said about Sebastian? Go on. Go. You've already tore apart one of Duchess's streams. Go through all of them. Because everything that I've heard Katie and Chris say about Sebastian, that he's a happy kid. He's very happy. And he is just so happy when he's with his mom, when he goes to Starbucks, or when he sees a Starbucks, he jumps up and down. Can we get a cake pop? Can we get a cake pop? You know how cute that is? That is awesome. Or like when they go to Costco, they go to every sample cart there. That's awesome, okay? I mean, hell, I'm 40. I still go to sample carts when I go to Sam's. And believe it or not, Sam's Club, they still have the sample carts. Again, I'm 40. I love eating them at them sample carts. They're pretty cool. His mom said he's happy. She describes what goes on How is that bad? Oh, he tries to make, no, he wants to make friends, but it's kind of hard. How is that bad? Or Chris saying that he's got the goofiest smile. How is that bad? How is that bad? See, y'all motherfuckers don't see that. You don't want to hear it. You just want to make up shit that he was, that they treated him badly. That he was a mistreated child. Nah, you guys are just going off by what Seth said. That's it. But how would Seth know? I mean, even Chris has stated that he and Seth would talk regularly. It was in the interview on Duchess. Once again, Betty, you tore through that string. I know you heard it. Unless you skipped through that part. My guess, I think you skipped through that part because you didn't want to hear that part, did you? No. And that's just my opinion.
So the stuff that we're hearing is the good stuff that they say about him, which is pretty appalling to us. Can you imagine what they say negative that we don't know that they say to him? I can't even.
Betty, shut the fuck up. You don't know shit. Judging by your attitude right now, Betty, you're just riding very hard for Seth right now because you think that it's Sebastian. And that's my opinion. I'm going to stand on that.
Even imagine. I can't even imagine how they must make that child feel. I'm going to stop. So let me read what we got going.
How they make that child feel? How do you think it makes the Proudfoots feel about all the accusations that are being made towards them? All the shit that Seth has been saying on these platforms about them. But he don't dare say this shit on live television in front of the world. Has anybody ever noticed that? I'm going to ask you guys a question. Now, I'm going to ask you guys straight. Every panel that Seth Rogers has been on, he has done nothing but trash Chris and Katie. But any news station that he's been on in front of millions of people, has he once trashed Chris and Katie? Because I have yet to hear him trash Chris and Katie in front of millions of people. But when he gets up on this platform, he ain't got no problem trashing the shit out of them. And if anybody has seen all the interviews that he's done, all the panels that he's been on, he has done nothing but trash Chris and Katie. And if you guys have seen the interviews that he's done on national television in front of millions of people, not once, not one time has he trashed them. Real quick, I'm going to play something. This is what Wendy made. And I played this once before. I'm going to play it again. Now, Wendy clipped this. And I want Betty to see how Chris and Katie would feel if they heard her say this. This is from Wendy. This is from Wendy Blank. Now, this is a good clip. She did a very good job on this. Okay, here we go. And listen carefully, guys, because listen carefully to what Betty says. I'll slow it down.
Today, we are going to briefly go over the presumption of innocence within the context of the United States. Disclaimer: nothing in the presentation is to be taken as legal advice. What is the presumption of innocence? It is a cardinal principle of our system of justice that every person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent unless and until his or her guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption is not a mere formality. It is a matter of the most important substance. Recently, while engaging in the true crime community on YouTube, I've encountered some content creators that engage in very hyperbolic commentary on real-world tragedies. This commentary may have dire consequences for all involved, specifically with their audience. Some of the language is clearly to invoke feelings of rage and to push the viewer to pick a side. In doing so, they often give opinions that aren't informed by any facts. Instead, they run with wild speculation and encourage the audience to do the same. These same creators, Bullhorn Betty in particular, has engaged in outlandish speculation, and in my opinion, by doing so, has defamed the parents of a missing child. Here is what she said. You be the judge.
Top mouth people. If I see them out there in the woods doing the right thing, I'll bite the shit out of my tongue. But I tell you what, let me see them in the freaking store shopping. Let me see them at a freaking grocery store shopping. They will be removing me from that store because I will use this voice right here that God gave me and tell them exactly what I think about themselves. I tell you what, I'm sorry, but condemnation in this point, I think their child is missing and they're shopping for motorcycles. I'm done playing these games. Like, seriously done. All I know is Chris and Katie just better not even come near me. That's all I know. Unless they want to help. If they want to help and they want to get out there and search, I'll accept them in. And anything short of that, I don't want a freaking interview. I don't want an explanation. I don't want jack crap from any of them. You know what I want from them? I want them to get off their ass. They're sorry, lazy, good for nothing butts, and get out there in the woods and search for their damn son. I want to see them putting a sign up. I don't want an interview from them. I don't want an explanation. I just want them to do better. That's all I want. But you know what? I know that day will never come. You want to know why? Because I absolutely 100% believe that both of those parents are responsible for the disappearance and death of their child.
Did you guys hear that? I'm going to slow it down. Listen very carefully.
You want to know why? Because I absolutely 100% believe that both of those parents are responsible for the disappearance and death of their child.
Betty, let me ask you a question. I wonder how Katie and Chris would feel about you saying that. Yeah, Betty. How do you think they would feel? But you have stated that if they were to have ever come up on your panel, that you would treat them the same way you treat everybody. See, they're right there. That's a lie, because no, you wouldn't. No, I don't believe you would. And that's my own personal opinion. Because what you have done throughout this case you've made wild accusations about them. And if they were to come up on your panel, I believe that you would make the same wild accusations against them. But I bet you that you wouldn't say this. What you just said here, I bet you wouldn't say that to their face. No. Just like what you did in Quentin Simon's case when you were outside the Simon home, when you were yelling and screaming. See, you were trying to provoke Billy Joe. You were hoping she would come out and put her hands on you so you could have her arrested. You were hoping to provoke Leilani Simon to come out and put her hands on you so you could have her arrested, because the cops weren't doing their job fast enough, because you wanted her in jail, knowing that she was only a prime suspect. They didn't have enough evidence to arrest her right then and there. See, this is where you get the laws mixed up, Betty. You don't know what prime suspect means. You don't. They can't arrest anybody simply because they're a prime suspect. They have to have evidence to arrest somebody. And at that time, they didn't have the evidence to arrest Leilani. Nah, but in your mind, they should have arrested her. But I guess in your mind, anybody who's a prime suspect, they all should be arrested, huh? If that were the case, the jails would be overcrowded with people. But you don't think about that, do you? That's why I say you should stop thinking. But that's just you, right? So how would Katie and Chris feel about you saying that? But you claim that you don't want an interview. Oh, okay. But you told them to come up and talk to you. That's why I don't think they would. I really don't think they would. If y'all would please go sub up to Wendy. She is awesome. She's amazing. Well, let's get back to this one.
On here. First name, I really hope it's CP and KP need to be held accountable. I know that's the thing, is we all know what we know. You know, this is not going to end well. I mean, we all know it. Whether we want to convince ourselves of whatever we want to convince ourselves of, we all know what we know. We feel it in our guts. So it's not like,
Really? We know what we know. See, there's our words. We know what we know. But they don't know shit. There's no evidence. None whatsoever. No evidence that Chris nor Katie did anything. I mean, Seth Rogers has said on Brittany J's panel that he's a suspect. The stream is still up, unless she took it down because she can't stand people reviewing her. Oh, boo-hoo. That's the epitome of a crybaby, by the way. Brittany J is. But that's what he said. Are Chris and Katie won? Yeah. But that doesn't mean anything. There's no evidence of any crime being committed at that house. Oh, but see, Betty here. Well, you know. Betty knows what she knows. She knows what she knows.
it's not like we're making this up. We all feel it deep down inside of us. We're just trying to use our common sense and our brain to make us not believe what we're feeling deep down inside of us.
She's not making it up, right? Right. She ain't making it up. This title says otherwise, Betty. Clickbait. 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 Clickbait.
We know that what happened to this child. We know. But knowing something and proving something are two totally different things. But I think they got cell data back. I think their cell data and some of their experts and people are finally starting to get around to that. I'm hoping that this was their search. I'm hoping law enforcement used forensic data to find this boy. I'm praying to God in a piece of me that I want him to be reunited with his father well. And I got to tell you, the first time his father asked me if I was looking for, and he did. He asked me, am I for his? I didn't want to answer it, but I did. That was pretty hard. That was really hard. And I ain't gonna lie to the father either. He just asked me for my, where am I going and what am I looking for?
You don't lie, Betty? You don't lie? Well, you just did, Betty. You do lie. But you are going low, Betty. And yeah, Kate, Lisa, yeah, she was allegedly the last person to see Sebastian, but saying that she was the last person to see Sebastian alive, that alone, saying alive, we don't know anything else. We don't know anything else after that. So just that statement alone tells me that you think he's no longer here. I mean, people can have their opinion about that, but see, I call it down the middle. I listen to both sides, and until there's concrete evidence of a crime, and I've said this twice, if there's any concrete evidence of a crime, he simply walked out the door. And I stand 10 toes down on that. And nobody can convince me otherwise. Now, this one here, no disrespect, but who gives a shit what Chris and Katie think? I do give a shit, because you've got people on this platform like Betty here clickbaiting titles that are not founded, that are untrue, and she's spreading lies and misinformation about two people that have no proof whatsoever against them. She has not shown one single receipt of anything that she is claiming, though. No proof whatsoever. See, if you're going to spread misinformation like she's doing, you have to show proof. But she has said so herself. She does not show receipts. The receipts are what comes out of her mouth. Those are her receipts. She claims she's got all these receipts, some that she can show, some that she can't. She has yet to show the receipts that she can show. And we've sat here and listened to her say this before. But I do care about what Chris and Katie do think, because all these stories that these people on this platform, what Bullhorn, Brittany J, Justin, and these other tragedy pimps, all these stories, especially Tony, what they say, I do care, because it can put them in danger. I mean, for fuck's sake, their house is already out there. Their house has been put on this platform. It's been put on Twitter. It's been put on TikTok. It's been put on Facebook, in Facebook groups. Their home, where they're supposed to feel safe. So yeah, I do care what they think. I do care about their safety. As much as I despise Seth Rogers and his actions on this platform, I do care about his safety as well. Now, if the tables had turned, I would be defending him. But I'm not defending his actions. I'm calling out his actions as well. But I never take away the fact that he's got a missing child. So I'm going to throw that part out there, because there are people that think that I'm hard on Seth. And yeah, that may be so. But I do care about what he thinks. But I don't like him. And I have my theories on what he's doing on here. And I do have theories about what he's doing to his son's case. But Chris and Katie, no, they don't deserve this. They do not deserve the lies that are being told about them. They don't deserve to have their house put on platforms where people can just show up in the middle of the night one night and potentially hurt them. They don't deserve, well, Chris doesn't, to have his daughter's name brought up constantly by Bullhorn, by these TikTokers on TikTok. That little girl doesn't deserve it. She don't do anything. So why do they keep bringing her up? Ergo, I do care about what they think.
Maybe this case will come to an end. You know, no matter what, I'm still going to go to Tennessee. If nothing more, to give a hug personally after everything that he's been through. I don't know why.
She ain't going to Tennessee. I mean, how many times have we sat here day in and day out between Savage's streams and my streams and heard her say, I'm still going to Tennessee. I'm still going to Tennessee. I'm going to roll up on their front door. I'm going to knock on it and demand answers. I'm going to get answers. We deserve answers. How many times have we heard her say that? And she hasn't yet to go. I don't believe her when she says she's going to go to Tennessee. I'll believe it when she does go. But until then, I don't believe a single word that's coming out of her mouth that she's going to go.
I feel like this is I'm praying to God this is not what we think this is, but I feel like we're getting so close. Like I said, I was following one trail and one trail alone. I wasn't following anybody else's footsteps. We went through everybody else's footsteps. We were on the last footsteps. This is just a little too close for comfort. So I'm trying to get back right now. Hey guys, I found out there was remains by St Jude's, and so I'm trying to get home as quickly as I can without breaking the law, obviously. So I'm almost to my house. And we're going to try to figure out, make heads or tails of this, because my mod reached out to me and told me that Seth is on his way to the area, and that's got me concerned. I don't know if he's just doing it.
Once again, why would Seth be en route? Why? Somebody answer that for me. Make sense of that for me. Why would he be en route? Hey, Carl. Good to see you, pal. Hey, welcome back, Sinner. I've never seen anyone lie where there's quick receipts proving them more than Bullhorn/Andrew. Thank you, Scenic. You're right. You're absolutely correct. Sinner. No disrespect is a wild way to start saying something disrespectful. Sheesh. It's a Barbie kind of day for Betty. Yeah, what 13th hour said. I heard somewhere today that she's going to fly, then rent a car. I don't know. I haven't heard that. And this was her last stream that she did before I went live. I was actually grateful that she ended right when I was going to hit that live button. But I don't know. I'll have to look into that. But I don't think she's going to fly. She likes to drive. But her car keeps crapping out on her. which I kind of find hilarious though. She's waiting until payday for Tennessee, probably. I mean, it's only a couple days away. There is a difference between being a suspect and not being cleared. Thank you. Find it disrespectful to intimidate a missing child is deceased. Yeah. I agree, Wanderer.
As a precaution, I mean, I'm just finding out about this. I went live.
I agree,
and
Wanderer.
about this. This is happening. I'm shook. Okay, I'm just shook right now. So just bear with me.
Why? Betty, you have no reason to be shook, okay? No reason to be shook whatsoever. Damn, twin. Well, okay, twin. Well, shit, twin. You got her for 24 hours. Fuck. Okay. Well, twin runs the hey, twin runs the chat, so whatever she says goes. I think we just chatted with someone who buys Sonya's t-shirts. Probably. But I do care about what Katie and Chris think. And yes, I do care about what Seth thinks. As again, if the roles were reversed, I wouldn't want the same thing happening to him. I don't want any misinformation going out at all. People just need to fucking wake up and listen. Listen to what these people are putting out. I always tell people, do your research. Pay attention, observe, and listen. Do all of that. It's not that hard. It really isn't. I don't know why people find that to be hard. It actually makes it better. Instead of just running with wild imaginations and making shit up.
I don't know. I'm not trying to make anything. I don't know what's going on. So nobody can say that I'm doing whatever. Because I really don't know what's going on. I'm just now finding out. So just bear with me, guys. We just grab me food and stuff. You're going to have to eat my shirt for a second. And I'm not leaving my pie out here. I'll leave my bedding, but I won't leave the pie. Or my food. Or my water. Or me. Or you. Oh, shit. I can't stay here. Running. Like I was running like a freaking mile a minute when I heard this going on. Hey, guys. Oh, wow. We got quite a few in here. Sorry, guys. I just found out about this and I came live. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
She didn't just find out about it. She found out through her mods. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, she found out through her mods because her mods had said that Seth was en route. So, yeah. I mean, look at Hell to the No. Hell to the No is in there. She's being calm, cool, and collected in Bullhorn's chat. Me, I'm not cool, calm, and collected in there. I mean, fuck, that's why I'm blocked. I mean, for fuck's sake, I've been blocked on my backup channel, too. It's called dropping definitions. I've been blocked on my main channel for dropping definitions in Bullhorn's chat during the Georgia thing. I guess she doesn't like definitions. I thought she was all about definitions. I mean, come on. I mean, let's just be real here. She didn't even have the right state of Georgia up. I mean, I digress on that. Be that for what it is. She had the wrong state of Georgia up. That was actually perfect.
On here, but there was definitely something going on. And it's St Jude's. It just came in like 3 hours ago. I don't know. I know that.
Okay, Purple Haze. We were making fun of that. Me and Summer, we were making fun of that paper towel holder on the fridge. When Summer was up on panel that one time, we were making fun of the paper towel holder.
Seth is heading there. So we got right here. This is the information that we have, guys. Whew. Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis police were called to St Jude's campus Tuesday.
Yeah. But is he in there all the time? I don't know. Carl, I don't know if he's in there all the time. I'm even lucky that I got one of her chats up because she disables her chat all the time. All the streams that I have recorded, her chat is completely disabled. But yeah, he is. And she drops his Cash App in there too.
Morning, police say they found that say a bone was found and an officer was caused to investigate. The medical examiner was brought in to determine if the bone is human. There is evidence that may lead to the bone belonging to a former burial ground location. They're saying that might be a burial ground location. I don't know. They say the new Winchester burying ground was established a site in 1828. The remains the city cemetery until 1847, but quickly deteriorated. Police are not investigating this as a homicide, so they say. That is what is being said. Let's see what this article says. Memphis, Tennessee, a bone. It says a bone, not bones. It says a bone was found at a construction site near St Jude's Children's Hospital and is being examined to determine if it's human.
Okay, so she right there just said a bone. A bone. But what does her title say? Human remains, right? Well, see, here's the thing. That's what the article says, human remains. However, me personally, if I were writing that article, I would literally just put human remain. But that's not the proper term, though, right? The proper term would be human remains. Still.
Memphis police told WREG. At around 7 a.m. Tuesday, officers responded to a suspicious call at Lane Avenue and St. Jude's Place. A bone was found, but it is undetermined if it is human. The medical examiner was called in to advise. Police say this is, I guess, because, yeah, the medical would have to come in for any remains. I remember that from Cops. Remember Bad Boys? From Bad Boys. Remember that when they were doing the movie and they had the corner van, and remember that scene?
Carl, maybe, I don't know. I think it might have been Sonia because Sonia is the administrator of her group. Going back to JLR's stream when he was showing the anonymous tipster that left something in her Facebook group and Sonia replied to it, it said administrators, so it might have been Sonia. I'm only guessing here. I don't really know. She doesn't say. She just said her mods told her.
And they said it doesn't really matter every time they have, this, they have to bring the examiners in the coroner's office and we're losing his stuff over that. So I guess they have to come in for anything like that. So they came in to advise.
But yeah, it does
it's not being
make
investigated
sense,
as a
though.
homicide. Report state that the location.
It does.
You know what though? Have we looked at ancient burial grounds in and around Hendersonville or Gallatin? Because
is she really this dumb? Now, why would you want to know if there's any ancient burial grounds between Hendersonville and there? Why? Just because there was a bone by a ancient burial ground that's about 179 years old, Betty. Okay? 179. Now I'm only guessing because I just put in a number. We're talking 1800s here, okay? So I'm saying about 179 years old. Why does a ancient burial ground have anything to do with this? Come on. Let's hear it, Betty. Let's hear it.
what are the odds? Like, seriously, what are the odds of finding a human bone at St. Jude's? I'm sorry, but what are the odds?
You know, I got to agree here. Look at this. I'm going to pull this up. Okay, I'm going to blow this up. Look at this comment that, hold on. Look at this comment that Hell to the No put in here. I got to give this one, I got to give this one some kudos, okay? Look what Hell to the No put in the chat. Right here. This is what mental illness looks like. I got to hand it to her. I do. I got to hand it to my girl right there, Hell to the No. That's got to be the comment of the day. That does. Hey, Forgotten Whisper says, how you doing? Tell me I'm wrong. That's got to be the comment of the day. And this Eveline here, there was one bone found in the woods. They looked around for more bones. It could be a bone that's dug up. I think she meant dug. One bone. It could be a bone that's dug up by animals. I miss checkers so much. They are awesome. The fuck is this woman talking about? Is Kelly the OG? What is she talking about? What does checkers got to do with anything? Anyway, but hell to the no. If you're watching this and you hear this on the replay, I fully support that comment right there. This is what mental illness looks like. I fully support this comment. That shit. I lost my spot. I did. Okay, here we go.
Examiners in the coroner's office, and we're kind of losing his stuff over that. So I guess they have to come in for anything like that. So they came in to advise. Police say it's not being investigated as a homicide. Reports state that the location used to be. You know what though? Have we looked at ancient burial grounds in and around Hendersonville or Gallatin? Because what are the odds? Like seriously, what are the odds of finding a human bone at St Jude's? I'm sorry, but what are the odds?
You heard her, guys. What are the odds? You heard her. What are the effing odds? But just because that's where Chris may have been in your eyes, that's of some significance? Betty? Huh? Betty? But see, Betty, you don't read, do you? You don't read every single detail, do you? No, you don't. Because see, we all just read it. We read the first one that I pulled up earlier in the stream. And we read the updated one, did we not, guys? We sure did. And what does this comment say? The bone was under a slab of concrete, Betty. Chris Proudfoot works on a crane, Betty. For the love of all that is holy, Betty.
What are the odds? That just seems like, I don't know. I just feel so uneasy about this. What are the odds? Do I need a second? Did I forget to set permissions and stuff? Sorry, I just went live. I don't know. How's everybody doing? Is the troll level down at least a little bit here? Human remains found at St Jude's. Yeah. What are the odds though? They're saying that it has nothing to do with not treating it as a homicide, that it has to do with some burial grounds. I just finally read the whole article. And it sounds like they're from the 1800s.
Duh.
I'd have to think that a medical examiner would have to know what fresh bones look like. I'd have to think that he would have seen enough.
She would think, guys. She would think they would know. No, Betty, they would know. That's why they're called medical examiners. They have gone to school for years for this kind of profession. Hello? Knock, knock. Anybody home? Good Lord. Shockingly, the odds are quite high to find old burials during construction work. See, Betty, I have stated this before. I do know people that work construction. Oh, you don't know how to work construction. I doubt you would even know how to operate a crane. Just saying. The odds are very high, especially at a construction site. They get shut down. There you go. What she said. What? What'd I do? What'd I do, Justin? I'm just being an ass. I'm tired. She's worn me out for 4.5 hours. Building on burial graves would never happen where I live. Sacred grounds. It always blows my mind to hear money overrides respect for the deceased. Absolutely, sis. It does.
Enough stuff to determine what, because I have to think 1800 bone, year 1800, you would have to think that those bones were in really, really, really rough shape.
Duh. Of course you would think that, Betty. This is how much research you do, and it's very little. Very little. But you continue to prove every day that you don't do this kind of research. So please continue proving to us every day that you don't do this research. Okay? Okay. Continue on.
So I don't know. Hopefully somebody, if Seth is on his way, I would really call Seth.
If Seth is on his way, but Betty, didn't you say Seth is en route? You just said a little bit ago that he's en route. But now you're saying if he's on his way. So which is it? Is he en route or is he on his way?
I would really call Seth and tell him not to worry about going. I got a message that he was heading out there. I thought this was, I was having a horrible feeling about this. I mean, I want closure. I really do. I want closure for this.
So she does have direct contact with him. And she does have direct contact with Tony too. So they exchange calls and texts. I'm guaranteeing you that. She just stated right here. I'll play back.
So I don't know. Hopefully somebody, if Seth is on his way, I would really call Seth.
There you go. You think she'll interview Seth? Oh, Purple Haze, she's already done an interview with him.
I would really call Seth and tell him not to worry about going. I got a message that he was heading out there. I thought this was, I was having a horrible feeling about this. I mean, I want closure. I really do. I want closure for this.
Betty, we all want closure too, but you know what? We want closure the proper way. And it's not the way that you're putting things out there in the universe. Okay? The lies, misinformation, the bullshit conspiracies that you put out there. If the folks over here, we're patient enough to wait for law enforcement. We're patient enough to wait for updates. We're patient. It's pretty pathetic that you don't know what patience means.
This case, but I don't want it to be closure like this, but we all know what we know. And there's no reason, I'm not going to sit here and deny it or sugarcoat
I don't
it.
know.
I know what I feel.
I really don't.
Yeah, no, I need to change. Well, if there is human remains at St. Jude, I thought the human remains at St. Jude's might have been because one of the odds. Well, I was out doing personal stuff and I got this message. So I just ordered my food. And as I'm pulling out, I pull over and run live and try and find out what in the world is going on because they said human remains were found by St. Jude's in Memphis, Tennessee. And that is true. That is very true. But when you get all the way down at the end of the article, it says, when they have 2 paragraphs, that they believe that these remains are from an old cemetery that was being used. Look at this entire thing, this entire article. Well, it's not really a big article, but out of this article right here, this one little blurb right here says it's that it's located near the Memphis, the new Winchester burying grounds, the first cemetery in Memphis, which was established in 1828. So what? And they're showing you where the burial ground was in conjunction with the hospital.
All right. I don't want to hear her explain this shit.
Remains at a hospital. Seth was on his way. I went live. It's pretty cut and dry, dum-dum.
Oh, hold on.
Jeez, you guys are freaking idiots. And I wish they would force you guys to use your real names. I bet it would stop you from acting like idiots so much.
Hold on.
I bet it would stop you from acting
Oh,
like
I gotta hear that.
It wasn't clickbait. You should go back to the beginning. You know what? I get so sick of you. Mama first, I'm gonna call you out because I think you're an idiot. You should go back to the beginning of this video and listen to it. If you listen to it, you'll understand the title, dum-dum.
Nah. Well, yeah, it is clickbait. Dum-dum. Why are you getting mad, Betty? Why are you getting mad? Okay, hold on. There's more.
Jeez, you guys are freaking idiots. And I wish they would force you guys to use your real names. I bet it would stop you from acting like idiots so much.
Why do you want their real names, Betty? Why? Just because you go by your real name doesn't mean everybody else has to. And need I remind everybody, nobody put her real name out there but herself. She put it out there. Nobody else did.
That should stop you from acting like idiots. We're talking about a kid here. There's no clickbait about it. I got an email that there is human remains at a hospital. Seth was on his way. I went live. It's pretty cut and dry, dum-dum. I hate people sometimes.
She got it from her mods.
There are a lot of burial grounds around Memphis.
Her mods told her.
Ooh.
Her mods told her, guys. She said so in the beginning.
I found legs and stuff. Oh, gators. Is there any gator-filled water?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Around Hendersonville? Don't worry, Mom, first. We know who to yell at. Don't worry, we love you. She's like, no, don't think it's me. Oh, you're too cute. Some parts of Tennessee have gators. The focus is on Sebastian Roberts only, yeah. So that's really what happened is that there was, actually, you know what, why don't I change that now? Because I thought this, I was literally out. I was out buying some stuff because I wanted, all right, let me tell you guys what happened. I had just.
Okay, WNC Granny. It was great having you here. And I'll see you next time, hon. I appreciate you. Have a great night, hon.
Just washed my bedding. All of my bedding came off my bed and I washed it, okay? Well, last night I had Burger King, or not Burger King, I had Checkers last night when I was doing my live, okay? Well, I still had a half a burger left over. And of course, it was their bacon barbecue sauce. I think you guys are getting where I'm going with this. And so I decided to go into office number 2, where I usually do a lot of my best work is in office number 2. And I laid this beautiful half-eaten barbecue burger on my freshly laundered comforter. And I went to looking for my vape. And
There she is. There's my girl, hell to the no. Bravo on that comment. That was the comment and highlight of the century. This is what mental illness looks like. I bow down to the queen of comments. How you doing, baby girl?
forgot I had the burger on the bed. Next thing you know, I flip the covers back over. There is barbecue sauce all over the bed. Now, what do? Naturally, I get up and I get a rag. And of course, I get it wet and I wipe the barbecue sauce, which I can pretty much clean. I think I'll be able to get the rest of it out with a nice clean wash. However, having barbecue comforters draping over me, I did it one night. I can't do it a second night. And I don't feel like laundering all of that laundry all over again. So I get around to washing my bedding. Hey, everybody, it's nice to see you. Hope everything's going well for you. What the heck was going on? Oh, no, I don't want to sign out. Why? All right. So what should, okay, single bone. I'll put single bone. Bone.
I'm just skipping over because I don't want to listen to her ramble.
Eat that. Hate channels. Eat with the Sebastian Rogers case because I would not be paying attention to it if it wasn't associated with Sebastian Rogers case. I should be happy with everything. Sebastian Rogers, a bone connected with human remains. St Jude, Tennessee. All right. And it was associated with the Sebastian Rogers case because I would not be paying attention to it if it wasn't associated with Sebastian Rogers case. So now my title is absolutely not clickbait and 100% real and accurate and true. So eat that. Hate channels. Eat that.
See, she can't make up her mind on what we are called. We're either hate channels. I mean, she's got plenty of names for us. I mean, we're either hate channels. And I mean, we barely recently just graduated, a couple months ago, to bitch channels. I mean, I'm willing to take that title, bitch channel. I'm willing to take that title. Sure am. Mm-hmm. Freshly laundered comforter. You know, Christina, look, I will eat food in my bed, but I am very careful. Very careful, though. Only because I got a food tray. I do. Betty, might I suggest you invest in a food tray? Just a thought. Food for thought.
Okay. I know I was supposed to. Look at that. My pie is now ruined. I think the messier it is.
That's right, Carl. Continuing the
So now you guys get to watch me eat my dessert, even though I haven't eaten my hamburger yet, but I figured you guys have a palate
Betty
for
is
eating
weird.
as opposed to chomping. A bit for this. I'm still working on going down the avenue for Chris. It seems like Chris is in the clear for this. I don't think he'd be stupid enough to do anything with this job. But you know what? If he knew about those burial grounds, we need to think outside the box. People that are in the Army, Navy.
Betty, be very careful. Use your words wisely. Use them wisely. Be very careful about what you're going to say.
And other military branches. With all your training in military, if this happened to you, if your wife called you, this goes for the woman too, if your husband called you, if you're in the military and you're in these things, what would you, if that call came and your wife is screaming, I unalived our kid, I unalived our kid, right? What is your training going to tell you to do? Don't say call 911. I don't want to hear that lame answer. You have to help them. You have to now be involved in this, and you have to now carry the remains.
What the fuck, Betty? I told you to be very careful about what you say. I told you to be very careful, Betty. Hilton, note, earlier when we stopped this stream, we blew up the comment that you made. It says, this is what mental illness look like. Betty. I swear, Betty. Be very careful. See, you are treading on dangerous territory here. But please, I'm telling you, please continue. You know why? You know why? Well, I don't think I have to tell you why. You know why. That way you can, you know what? I'll save that for another stream because I really don't have time because Savage is going to go live in about 15 minutes. And I'm just waiting for you to bring up the word hood so I can school you on what being hood is all about. Because bitch, there ain't no way you're fucking hood. No fucking way.
You now have to participate. What would you do with all your training? How would you go about? That's what we need to be asking our family and friends that are in the military. How would you go about doing this? Because somebody's going to have the answers, because that was how Chris was trained. We need to get into the minds of a military person and put these shoes onto them and let them play the tape through and tell us what they would do with their training and getting rid of this. Who would ever think to look at a cemetery? Right. But you know what? We're thinking outside the box, but I think it's because we found somebody's found somebody at a cemetery before. Or maybe it's something that's never, like, I remember in the Summer Wells case, we had the detectives. And we were trying to, they weren't giving us scores, right? We were giving a lot of information. Naturally, that's how it works in our business. We give them.
I think the people that I'm around that have went through that same training, I think they must have missed that week too.
A lot of information, they don't get swat, right? But we were trying to go about getting some information from her. So we'd ask questions like, how do cadaver dogs find, how do cadaver dogs know the fresh remains from the older remains at cemeteries? They either didn't want to tell me the answer to that, or they didn't know the answer to that, because the canine dogs would know. But I never got the answer to that. I don't know why. Still, clickbait title. I don't really give a shit. Aren't you from TikTok? Don't come over here to YouTube. No. Here, let me help you here. Squirrel.
Right, deflectionist?
There you go. Bye-bye, honey. Come messing with me on TikTok. I'll do the same thing to you. All right? I don't need you in here. You need me in there. I'm just saying.
Nobody needs you on TikTok. I don't even follow you.
Why the hell would a judge let Chris run? Because, guys, you have to look at it like this. He's been charged with no crimes.
Yeah.
He has been convicted of no crimes.
Right.
Suspicion isn't enough for a judge to act on and say, and not only that, but it's not even suspicious. Law enforcement hasn't even named him as a person of interest. You know what? If law enforcement had named him as a person of interest, they probably could have protected Faith a little more. But they're interested in protecting their case.
Stop bringing up that girl's name, Betty. What the fuck? And protect her from what? Exactly, Betty. Leave that little girl alone. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Y'all are fucking weirdos. I swear, y'all are fucking weirdos. You keep bringing that little girl's name up every fucking time. That little girl has nothing to do with any of this. She's an innocent little girl. Leave her alone. God bless it. Leave that child alone, Betty.
On another child, in my opinion. Like, again, Tennessee's probably the worst state for children. I see they must be hearing our calls.
Betty, Tennessee is not the worst state for children. See, I don't think, okay, I got a few friends that do live in Tennessee. I may float this little clip that you just said to them and see what they have to say about that, because they raise their kids in Tennessee. I wonder what they would think about that little statement you just made. Dumb. But you're going back to Summer Wells. Leave that girl's name out of your mouth, Betty.
I see that they finally signed a bill to protect kids. One that should have been signed years ago, finally signed. So I'm going to continue to put Tennessee on the pedestal and make sure that they are going to be, I want them to get funding. I want them to get their law enforcement straightened up. At the end of the day, that's why I'm doing it. It's not to be nasty or mean. It's to put a spotlight on them. So it's polarized. It's a polarized issue. It's a polarized issue that makes the state look bad. Because when the state look bad, that's the only time the politicians want to act. I know how to be a boil on the butt of a politician. And now that I have my platforms, it makes it a little bit easier to do that.
No, you know how to be a boil on the butt of fucking humanity. There's a difference. You're a boil on the butt of the people on this platform. Why? Because you put out lies and bullshit. But then you'll praise law enforcement when they come out and put out the correct facts of a case when they make an arrest. After you had just gotten done talking shit about them nonstop throughout the entire case. Make it make sense, Betty. Flip-floppity Betty. Remember, that's your new nickname. Flippity-flop Betty. Or Flip-floppity Betty. I haven't decided yet. I mean, there's two that I keep coming up with. I just haven't decided which one's the best one for you yet. I'm sure I'll have a decision in a couple days.
Sorry, let me read this one. It doesn't say it's Sebastian's body, Mai. And maybe you guys should go back to reading Sebastian Rogers, period. I don't have to answer to you. I am covering the Sebastian Rogers case. The research was derived from the Sebastian Rogers case. I don't answer to you fuckers. There's a reason why I'm sitting out church for the next couple weeks. Because I'm done with you. Like I said, half holy, half hood.
Bingo. Okay, I'm gonna play that slowly. Listen to this, twin. Listen to this, twin. You're gonna love this.
It doesn't say it's Sebastian's body, Mai. And maybe you guys should go back to reading Sebastian Rogers, period. I don't have to answer to you. I am covering the Sebastian Rogers case. The research was derived from the Sebastian Rogers case. I don't answer to you fuckers. There's a reason why I'm sitting out church for the next couple weeks. Because I'm done with you. Like I said, half holy, half hood.
All right, sorry, I had to cough. All right, time to school, bitch. Half holy and half hood. All right, Betty. Let's talk about gangs in the United States, okay? Let's talk about that, honey. Because, baby girl, I'm going to tell you something right now. You, ma'am, you're not hood. You're not. But let's look at the dangerous parts of the hood around these here parts of America. Shall we? Okay, let's do that. All right. So, gangs by state 2024. Gangs, let me pull this up a little bit larger for you guys so you can see this. Gangs in the US include prison gangs, local street gangs, and national street gangs. There are about 33,000 gangs in the United States with over 1 million members. 1 million members, to be exact. Many of these gangs started and still exist in urban areas. For example, national street gangs developed in major cities like Chicago and New York. But later grew in other cities like Washington, D.C. and Albuquerque. Now, right here, that is worse. Albuquerque is bad. Okay, that is bad. Yes, and I gotta hurry, LFT, because somebody's going live here in just a few minutes, so I gotta hurry. Gangs are active in all 50 states. That is true. They are. All U.S. territories, excuse me, I've got something stuck in my throat. It just won't go away. Damn it. And the District of Columbia. Gang presence by state. While gang members and gang activity exist across the country, some states have a larger gang presence than others. That is very true. California, that is a damn fact. Nevada, that is a damn fact. Idaho. Okay, see, here's this right here. Idaho. Wasn't Betty in Idaho for the Idaho 4? She was. Did she visit any, neighborhoods that were hood neighborhoods? Did she go hang out in the hood there? No. Why? Well, I mean, why not? She's half holy and half hood, right? You would think, because she was in Idaho, she would go visit the hood since she's a hood. Nah, she ain't hood. That's why I challenge her to go spend 3 days in the hood somewhere. She wouldn't last 3 days. She'd only last about a couple of hours at most. She'd be running out of that neighborhood and heading home. No. You think they would allow her to carry a bullhorn in that neighborhood? Hell the fuck no. No. Gang members do not like when citizens tread on their territory. If they don't know you, they find you a threat. It is very true. People need to do some research on that. Don't go around claiming that you're part hood when you're not. I was raised in the hood. I know what that life is like. Betty don't. She don't know what that life is like. So her saying that actually pisses me the fuck off. There's two differences here. Proud Boys, they are not a street gang like this. They are a motorcycle gang. Big fucking difference. And half of her buddies, if not the majority of them, are in jail. Let that sink in. And Illinois have major cities. The amount of gang activities would be expected to be higher. New Mexico has been the focus of an FBI investigation of gang activity. That is true because I have seen a couple of documentaries on this, and there have been a couple of shows on television in the past about New Mexico and gangs out in New Mexico. So, yeah, that is true. New Mexico is the worst. Probably the most surprising state on the list is Idaho. I would think so because that seems like a small state, to be honest. I don't know. I'd look up the population, but I don't know. There has been a growing gang presence in the state for the past few years. Many of these gangs originate in the state prisons or in the state's prisons. Although there are members of national and local gangs as well. Oh. Now, I will put this link in the chat, but this just gives you an idea. And now look at this list. These are a list of known actual gangs in all 50 states. Now, is this the complete list? No. This is just what they know of. Because there's always a different gang that pops up every single day. So you've got Alabama. I mean, look at all these. Like, okay, I didn't know Hell's Angels. I didn't know they originated in Alaska. I really didn't. I thought they were California. I really did. So that right there was a surprise to me. When I pulled this up the first time when I was looking through this, that was a shock. I thought they were Californian. But yeah, this is just a list of ones that will tell you. All of them. I mean, hell, look at Florida. You got Sons of Silence, Gambino family, Latin Kings, Sarasota. I mean, look at this shit. So Betty is half holy and half hood. Okay. Sure, Betty. Why don't you go spend some time out there in one of these right here in Florida? Go spend some time out there. Go. I challenge you. This is not you are not hood. You will never be hood. So don't tell people that you are half holy and half hood. You can tell people that you're holy, but don't tell people that you're hood as well. Quit lying to your people. Okay? Okay. Because you know that's fucking bullshit. There are a few people on here that know that I am. And I am part hood because I was raised in the hood. And they know me personally on this platform. So I can simply talk hood. Betty, you can't. Okay? You ain't about that life. You don't know that life. So don't act like you know that life. I highly suggest that you don't talk like that. Don't pretend like you're holy. Well, I can't say don't pretend you're holy, because you might be. You might be going to church, okay? If you're going to church, that's fine and dandy. I don't dog anybody's religion. I don't. But the way you are towards people, well, I don't know. I really don't know. Really, I don't. But you trying to pretend like you're half hood, yeah, I have an issue with that, and I don't believe it. I got a better challenge for you, Betty. Why don't you show proof of that? Show proof that you're hood. Go on. Oh, wait, I forget. You don't show proof. That's right. Okay, let's keep the challenge. Go spend a couple days in the hood for me, okay? Let's see if you are about that life. Record it. Stream it. But you ain't about that life. But you also got to get out of the car, too. You also got to go walk around the neighborhood. That's right. I just showed you what gangs are around Florida. But until then, don't tell people that you're half hood. Stop lying to people. Okay? Okay. At least about that part. But the lying, that'll never stop. But, okay. Savage is going live in just a few seconds. We've got to head over there because I heard it's pretty good. So here's her live stream. So please head on over there. And I'm going to end it right here because I'm going on the 5-hour mark. So I'll meet you guys over at Savages. But please go tune in to Savages. It is so much. It's going to be so much fun, I promise. I swear it's going to be fun. Other than that, I can't say anything more about that. WNC Granny, thank you for upgrading your membership, honey. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the Fiery Mafia, honey. But I will see you guys next round. I'm hoping that Betty's not going to put out more clickbait, but what, I guess it's, what can I say about hope, You can't hope for something like that because she's going to. All her shit's been clickbaiting, so it is what it is at this point. But until then, thank you guys for being here today. I do truly appreciate it. And I will see you guys over at Savages, and I will see you guys next round. I will see you guys on these YouTube streets. You guys take care. Have a great rest of the night. And you guys be safe. Thank you.